Greetings, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
What's going on? What's going on? What's up, good people? Zero in the building. Zero. I don't got a topic or title today. Zero. You can come up and I can interview Derek Jackson. I can interview 2013 Derek Jackson if he's available. That'll be wonderful. Shout out to Little Rock. Shout out to Little Rock in the building. The early bird squad, as I call it, those that make it in bright and early. Shout out to my newest Patreons. Gotta put the name in lights. The two new ones that just hopped on. Mr. Wright. No, not well, Mr. Wright about a week ago, but within the last few days, the kid and Ron 87. Shout out to you. I appreciate it for coming on through, joining on the Patreon end of things. I definitely appreciate that. My computer did a shutdown, so I don't know how my sound is sounding. So y'all can let me know if I sound normal-ish. Y'all can let me know that. Because when my computer does a massive restart, automatic shutdown, update, whatever, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes all my settings are flipped upside down. See the God in the building, says YouTube Premium. Why does it say that? See the God at one YouTube Premium. Are you telling me I need to get YouTube Premium so when I do response videos, I don't got commercials? Why does it say YouTube Premium? Why are you advertising for YouTube Premium? Do you get bonus? Do you get money? Do you get royalties for helping to advertise? YouTube Premium. Isn't that what it's called when you get YouTube without commercials? YouTube Premium? It look like you're advertising for it. Stoic One in the building. Says morning BR in chat. I will be on camera today. I thought about not being on camera. I'm sitting here in a wife beater and a do-rag. That's why the camera off. The Mac the Trucker in the building says, what's good, everyone? And he also says, have you seen ARC response to Saint and Sinner? Kinda wanted panel ARC. I know it. I'm not going to front. I was a little disappointed. But I'm also somewhat proud of ARC. I was actually going to put it in the title and talk about it and make that just be the show about analyzing ARC's response, analyzing with doing basically a longer format of the pre-recorded video. That's doing okay. It got like 2,500 views. I was going to do a live breakdown of everything. But I opted not to do that because I guess out of decency, I opted not to do that. Hold on real quick before I get into that. R.I.P. Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, 1921 to 2021. Yes, R.I.P. Got a brief moment of silence. All right. Where was I at? That distracted me because hold on. You distracted me. I was talking about something. 100 years old. All right. Back on focus. Y'all let me know again how I sound. Let me know again. Okay, somebody said I sound good. All right, cool. Perfect. I didn't check no settings or nothing, so I wasn't 100% sure of how I sound. All right, let me take off my do-rag and and be on camera. I was in a wife beater in the do-rag when the show started. I wasn't gonna come on camera today because I'm wasn't really ready for the show. Didn't have a show, but we just gonna chop it up, chill, and kick it a little bit and make a little something out of it. Was going to be doing a one-on-one, but sometimes one-on-ones don't go through. Sometimes things happen, and then I just have to wing it. So we winging it today. Sometimes I do keep like a backup plan in my back pocket. Sometimes I keep a backup plan in my back pocket just in case, for whatever reason, the one-on-one interview can't go through. I have a regular, not a semi-regularly scheduled program to go back to, but that wasn't the case today. 99 years old. Liz will probably go in next 3 months. Really old couples typically go in the same time frame. Yes, that is. I mean, it does seem that be the case. The more romantic-minded people theorize that they die of a broken heart. I say no, her ass was old, or his ass was old, and they was gonna go anyway. Old people go when old people go, and sometimes it's okay. I'll be sappy. Yes, they die of a broken heart because they can't live without their soulmate. So that's what it is. Oh, they ass just old. Omega Dre's gaming channel in the building says, let's talk about global warming and how Earth fights back against the melancholy of all genders on this planet. Okay, global warming. This is Black YouTube. We don't believe in science over here, so we don't believe in global warming. It's a myth. It's a hoax. It's something that the Russians are doing to control your mind. So no. We don't accept global warming as true. Over here on Black YouTube, we don't understand the difference between climate and weather. We don't understand the difference between climate and weather. Climate is a different thing than weather. Everybody else understands that. Well, I shouldn't say black. Well, it's plenty of white people we know. I mean, they're the ones that's mostly pushing the idea and the notion that global warming isn't real. But whenever there's a conspiracy, black people has a tendency to try to find a conspiracy under every rock. But climate is what is basically the total calculation over a period of time. Weather is what it is, day by day. It's hot this day, is cold that day. It's hot this day, is cold that day. But when you talk about a climate, you're talking about, well, what was the average, That's what climate refers to. And the planet is getting warmer. And humans have something to do with it. Just like the coronavirus. I read something that 25% of people, of adults have taken the vaccine. That's what I read. 25% of adults have taken the vaccine. See, now I don't even tell y'all when I get up to play with my camera. I just get up. There we go. I knew somebody was coming. Climate change doesn't exist, never has been substantially proven. Okay. They can't prove that the climate changes over time. They can't prove that. That's just not a provable thing. It's not a thing that's provable by humans, that the climate changes over time. That's beyond our purview. We can't figure that one out. You trust science they tell you in order for you to survive, you got to do a open heart surgery. We're going to cut you open. We're going to open up your rib cage, take your heart and a few more important things out, and get a needle and thread and tinker around and pull out something that shouldn't be, and this or that, and do all that, and then put your organs back in and close your rib cage and wire. Science can do all that, but they can't tell you that it's been getting warmer over the course of the last decade. They can't tell you that, no. Global warming is proven. Somebody asked, did I take the vaccine? No. I'm not against a vaccine. That's one thing that's going to make Black YouTube raise an eyebrow. I'm not against the vaccine. Only thing I'm against is the I Am Legend theory, where they cured cancer in the beginning of that movie. If you remember the beginning of I Am Legend, they ran their test. I mean, they found a cure for cancer. They said, and you've tested this on 300 and I'm just throwing out a number. It was in the hundreds. You've tested this on 315 people. Yes. How many people have healed from cancer? 315. So you've effectively cured cancer. Yes. 5 years later. Flesh-eating zombies everywhere. Okay, yeah. So I don't want to be the guinea pig, but vaccines matter. They do. It was somebody who was a kid on tour with their mom on some anti-vaccine rally, and they had to stop the rally because the kid got chickenpox. Y'all remember chickenpox? Yeah, I do remember chickenpox, right? I had it when I was a kid. My kids never had it. And really, no kids have it. Small exceptions. But when I was coming up, it was literally like, have you had chickenpox yet? It was literally like everybody's going to get chickenpox. Have you had it yet? You had it. You know, it wasn't even a question of were you going to get it? Did you get it? It was a question of when, or has it happened yet? That's how much chickenpox was a thing when I was a kid. It's not a thing anymore. Why? Vaccines. They figured it out. That's what humans do. We figure shit out. The only thing that I'm concerned about is not being the guinea pig. That's my only concern. I don't want to be the guinea pig. That's it. We only got 25 people on the likes. Only 25 people on the likes. 119 people in the building. 25 on the likes. Let's get the likes up. Death rate to 25 says, glad I ain't have to get no goddamn chickenpox. I'm sure. Well, how old are you? My generation, see, somebody just said they had it in 84. Who was that? E. Capone said he had chickenpox back in 84. Yeah. I was born 82, so I probably had them, 87, 88, 89, somewhere in there. Sometime before the age of 10. Before the age of 8, perhaps. Sometime between 80 and 88. 80 and 89, I had the chickenpox. My brother got it. My sister got it. All my friends got it. Everybody had it. It was just a normal thing. We going to school. We noticed that somebody's not have been missing for 3 days. Oh, he must got chickenpox. It was that much of a thing. A lot of people walking around today, they got bad skin with bumps on their face, little craters. A lot of people, the reason that they got it is because they had chickenpox, and they tell you get chickenpox on your face. You You got to alpha your way through it. Don't scratch those chicken pox on your face. That's what they told you. Do not scratch those chicken pox on your face. And yeah, and some people still wearing the effects of those chicken pox because it was on their face and they sitting there scratching it, and now their skin never really recovered. Oh my goodness, here we go. Now they said DMX tested positive for COVID-19. I don't care about the algorithm, I said. So if he passes, they will count that as a COVID-19 death instead of what he actually succumbed to, which is heart failure due to a drug overdose. I really would love for somebody to explain to me a government's motivation to bankrupting their economy. What's their motivation for the whole entire Western world to just bankrupt everything? Just for the express purpose of what? Just to say, hey, we want you to wear a mask. Yeah, bitch, you wearing a mask because we told you to. It's like, my bad, the Mac the trucker. Yeah, I don't get the. Zero says global communism to the first thing. Okay. I like to see how that works, if they can execute that. But I tend to believe that in roughly 6 months, the countries are going to be back up and running. So it's going to look like some failed global communism. But I don't know. But moving along, the Mac the Trucker wants to know my thoughts, views, and perspective on ass eating courses from dating coaches. My short response is no. I've made it clear. I've drawn that hard line in the sand that if you're eating ass, you're eating shit. No matter how clean that ass is, there's at least 5% shit somewhere in there that you're eating. So no. You need to pussy, which is in close proximity to the ass. So that's a hard part too. When you eating pussy, the pussy is not that far away from the ass. You can't never can't lose sight of that while you're down there just munching away. They right by each other, but you got to stand clear. You got to steer clear of the hole that the shit comes out of. That's just a good rule of thumb. Yeah, the Mac the Trucker says, I still got scars from chicken pox. It was the thing in the 90s. I thought 80s, but I feel like it was 98. Well, I mean, yeah. Started from 80s to probably early to mid 90s. It was the thing. Yeah. Yeah. But that ass eating. Yeah, that blew. I never been on said dating coach's website to look at said information on eating groceries. So I don't know if y'all just joking or trolling, if it was actually a course on how to do that, but I think I do understand that he do got like courses how to do this, how to do that. How it's a bunch of how to on there. So I do understand that that's sort of the case. So if said individual has that on there, then if I was a client of his, I would be skipping that tutorial. But what if he got it set up? You can't go on to the next tutorial until you watch this one. Like he gonna force you. Like, no, you gonna watch this ass eating video. You can't be skipping ahead to the next chapter. No. It's all. See, we start up high with how to kiss, and then we we start with then we do ears, the neck, then the nipples, and then we work our way down to the vag, and then to the ass. You can't skip it, because you ain't gonna get the real good stuff, because we gonna show you how to get down to them ankles and them toes. So if you want to know how to work the ankles and toes, you gotta get through the ass eating video. That's just how it is. It's top to bottom. We start at the top, work our way to the feet. I'm gonna give you the real game after all of that, but you gotta go through step by step. You gotta get the ass eating video. You can't skip it. That would be the funniest shit ever. If it's set up to where it don't allow you to skip the ass eating video. Oh man. To each its own. To each its own. I'm just joking. I'm just clowning. But I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Azrael the Daywalker, what's your thoughts on Marvel and DC movies? Marvel. Very quick. Marvel killed the game. They took it over. They ran it. They murked it. The only thing DC that I really like is all the Nolan movies. He murdered that. But everything else is like, they kind of did a little something with that Snyder cut was pretty cool. The Snyder cut was pretty cool. I dug the Snyder cut. But overall, I mean, Marvel, they killed it. They changed the game in movies in general. We got the Kong a Monsterverse. Everything is turning into just a whole a universe now. Everything is turning into that now because of Marvel. They changed the game. So they killed it. You can't deny that. They, Infinity Wars and Endgame was just some of the best. Even okay, my underrated favorite is this is Marvel too. The Watchmen. That's one of my most underrated favorite comic book movies, superhero movies. It was one of the first ones that was R-rated, as far as I know. The first one that was R-rated, and I really noticed it. Probably was others, but that the Watchmen was good. It didn't get good reviews. A lot of people didn't like it. I loved it, but Endgame, Infinity Wars killed it. Black Panther is always the shit. Yeah, they killed it, and the little DC universe that they trying to create, they didn't do good. They didn't do good. The Justice League was whacked to the point to where they had to do the Snyder cut thing. The last Wonder Woman movie was yeah, they not doing it big. Superman versus Batman was actually good, and that's kind of hard to do in a that's kind of hard to do in a those versus movies typically are not that good. And speaking of versus movies, I hope y'all didn't. If you didn't see King Kong versus Godzilla, well, it sucks to be you, because it's about to be some spoilers. Because I've been wanting to talk about that, but I've been giving it a while before I talk about it. But since it's a freestyle show, we about to talk about Kong and Godzilla. The Godzilla fans, are y'all still doing y'all little victory dance? Shout out to E. Capone. Ha ha. He says ha ha ha. I think he was laughing at the ass eating. Indigenous TV in the building. He says, what are your thoughts on the procedure of the new MK producer of the new MK movie, saying they didn't include Johnny Cage because they didn't want a white guy in the film? Did they really say that? Did they really say that? I don't believe they said that. But if they said that, then yeah, that's just social justice warriorism just running amok. That's just social justice warriorism running amok. And I don't like to put my fist in the air for white men and speak for their causes, because they can speak for their own causes. But yeah, we talk about the image of black men in media and this or that or blah blah blah, but they're getting slowly scrubbed out too. You saw it in Star Wars. It was in the first Star Wars movie, and perhaps the second one. All of the good guys, except for maybe one, well, most of the good guys in the first Star Wars movie, and I think maybe the second one, most of it was just a rainbow coalition of what we would call minorities in America, and aliens and weird creatures, and all the bad guys were white men. So white guys have their fight to but and sometimes I don't give a damn about their fight, because yeah, they get the stereotype of the dopey sitcom dad, the 40-year-old virgin, but they're also get to be Superman. So they got it both ways. But that's why I don't really care that much about their fight, but that's their fight. But if somebody said that, then it is what it is. I mean, we just saw the Terminator Genesis, which I regard as not Genesis. Dark Fate. I regard that as fan fiction. I do regard that as fan fiction at this point. Terminator Dark Fate and Terminator Genesis. Those I can enjoy those, because I just look at it like, wow, this is some good fan fiction. Because they don't count as real movies for me. But like, look at what they did with that one. How they got some androgynous Terminator looking chick, replace John Connor with a Mexican chick who went under the tunnels from Mexico to illegally cross the border and almost got killed as soon as she crossed. But this person who was almost killed and discarded, this illegal immigrant from Mexico who was almost killed and discarded, happened to be the savior of humanity. So we can't throw people away. All the liberalism messages and everything that was in there, it was all over the place. Yeah, Dark Fate, Genesis, all of it. It was all bad, but I can sit back and enjoy it because, well, fan fiction. Somebody said T3 was dope. T3 was redundant, E. Capone. It was unnecessary, but it was an okay movie. It was solid, but it was redundant. It was like a PG-13 lighter version of Terminator 2. The governor was running for governor, and they kind of kept it light. They didn't want to, like the Terminator 2. It was the Terminator was still a really dark. He was a bad guy. He only didn't kill because John Connor told him not to. That was the only reason he didn't kill. But other than that, the Terminator 2 Terminator was really no different from the one in the first movie. He had one mission in Terminator 2. His mission was to just protect John Connor. So he would just walk up and he would just kill somebody or hurt somebody if need be. And then he only stopped doing it because John Connor, told him not to. So somebody said T2 made me cry. I feel you. I can get emotionally wrapped up in movies too. That's how I feel you. I ain't gonna no clowning right there. Terminator 2, one of the best movies ever. Kong versus Godzilla. That might be what the show is about today. That may be what the show is about today. Let's get it. Link in the chat. Link in the chat. He said take indigenous TV's wrench. What do you do? Terminator fell flat because they tried to extend it longer than it should. Yeah. This is what they should have did with Terminator. I'm gonna get back to Kong and Godzilla. But what they should have did with the Terminator, hey, I can't see everything. He said, I'm glad they're not making Sonya the main protagonist in the Mortal Kombat. The next villain might be Kang, Doom, Annihilus. I don't know who that. I don't know all the monsters like that. If you're talking about King Kong Monsterverse, I don't know all the monsters like that. But what they should have did. Oh, okay. He didn't do nothing wrong for real. Okay, that's fine. What they should have did with the Terminator movies is this war between man and machine that they've been advertising to us for all this time. They should have just had one that really represented that war, and they did. They did with Terminator Salvation. That's why I actually liked not Salvation. Was that Salvation? Yeah, Salvation. They did with Salvation, and that's why I actually liked Salvation. Salvation was okay. Terminator Salvation was okay. It worked. There was a few nitpicking things I didn't like, but Terminator Salvation actually worked as a movie. And what they more or less should have did, they could have did one movie after that where human beings got victory in the war. They could have did that. They could have showed John Connor lead humans to victory over the machines. But if you follow the logic of the person who originally wrote The Matrix and the Terminator, they're all connected. And the Terminator War is the pre-war that they talked about in The Matrix between man and machine, but human beings actually didn't win that war. The machines won it, and by creating the Matrix and making humans slaves. But anyway, how about the war? The movie ends with humans thinking that they won, but really they didn't win. Well, no, I don't know. They think that they won, but they're really in the Matrix. That'd be a good ending. But yeah, but that was the only thing they needed to do going forward. They did everything they needed to do with Terminator 1, Terminator 2. They could have skipped Terminator 3 and went right to Terminator Salvation and then make more or less a follow-up to that and just show the end of the war and be done with it. But trying to recycle and go in Terminator Genesis, eliminated Terminator 2, just erased it from the timeline, because they went back to the future style and started tinkering around with stuff in the first movie. And then they went back and at Terminator Dark Fate pretended like Genesis didn't exist, and they just picked it up after the events of Terminator 2 and capped John Connor right at the start of the movie, which was pretty damn cool, actually. I mean, it looked cool. It was shocked. The shock value got me with that to where I was like, okay, I'm in. But then once I saw where they was going, I was like, oh, this is some bullshit. But the shock value definitely did it. The shock value worked for me. What else? Yeah, black woman came up with Terminator. She wrote it. She wrote the Terminator, and after all the events in the Terminator happened, the machines actually won and created the Matrix, and then all the events in the Matrix happened. Soul Provider Speaks actually interviewed her, which was genius of the, black nerd. Everybody talk about the red pill in the Matrix, and it's that, well, why not interview the person who wrote the Matrix? Very, very, very smart on his behalf. But she turned out to be kind of crazy. I watched some of it. I was like, this is crazy. So Provider said he was just he was off camera at the time, so he was just like, what? He said he was just like this the whole time. Like what the hell is going on here? She was in there. She had a mask on in the house. Yep, Larry Legend. She did get paid. She got paid. They had to cut her a check, if I'm not mistaken. If I remember correctly, they did have to eventually cut her a check. They tried not to. But eventually they had to cut the check. But all right. Kong versus Godzilla. Get out of here if you don't want spoilers, but if you ain't seen it yet, then you don't want to see it. So just cut it out. Kong got his ass whooped. I didn't expect that. I thought they was going to punk out and not crown an actual winner. I thought they were going to punk out and not crown an actual winner. But they did. And y'all come up and fight me on this one. But it was like a winner within slight asterisk. Okay. A lot of people don't analyze that the way that I analyze it. But going in, we knew Godzilla was more powerful than King Kong. And Godzilla, King of the Monsters, 62 movies don't count. In this movie that we're discussing, Kong, Godzilla won the first round, but he was supposed to, because, it was kind of fighting on water, and Kong was medicated, as they said. So they kind of set it up to why Kong would lose that one. The second aspect of it, the second time that they fought, the movie did kind of guide us into saying that after Kong hit him with the axe and knocked him down, and if you pay attention, Godzilla fell down and kind of laid out, and Kong got up and go and brush your shoulders off. He got up and all the debris from on his shoulders, because they both collided, but they collided because Kong hit him with that axe. And then Kong got up and had all the rubble on him. And he got up and dusted his shoulders off and was like, and Godzilla was still laid out. And that's when dude said, I guess round 2 goes to Kong. That's the movie telling us that, okay, Godzilla won the first round, Kong won the second round. Then they took a break. Some more stuff happened in the movie. Then they came back and fought again. And that's when Kong got his ass whipped. I mean, whipped. Something vicious. Taunted. Stood on his chest and roared at him. Like it was bad. And a dislocated shoulder. Now, the way I analyze this, that most people don't analyze it, is simple as this. They gave Godzilla the victory over Kong, which should be expected, because he's more powerful than Kong. They had to make King Kong get bigger, and had to give him a weapon, had to do all kind of stuff. But when Godzilla fought Mecha Godzilla, Godzilla was no match for Mecha Godzilla. Mecha Godzilla technically whooped Godzilla ass worse than what Godzilla whooped Kong ass. But Kong, with his battle axe, with Stormbreaker, was able to beat Mecha Godzilla. So it was like a paper, scissors, rock type of thing. It was rock, paper, scissors. That's what they really tried to do, but nobody really looked at that like that, because Kong and Godzilla is on the marquee. That's the ticket people. That's the fight people came to see. So because of that, it didn't matter. It didn't matter that Kong could beat Mecha Godzilla, but Godzilla can't. But that's how I looked at it. I looked at it as a three-way thing. I looked at it very similar to, wait, hold on real quick. I looked at it very similar. Yeah, she beat the Stormbreaker. They gave Kong Stormbreaker. No, January, man, they didn't. Okay, they tried to jump him. But see, here's the deal. They did try to jump him, but Godzilla was rendered completely ineffective. what Kong did to beat Godzilla, I mean to beat Mecha Godzilla. Now, granted, Godzilla's fire breath did charge up Stormbreaker, but Stormbreaker can charge up without that. And I tend to believe that Mecha Godzilla's fire breathing could also charge up Stormbreaker, and that Stormbreaker could get charged up from Hollow Earth, so he don't need Godzilla to charge it up. So yeah, Mecha Godzilla was about to kill Godzilla, and Kong jumped in and saved him from being killed. He jumped in and saved him from being killed, and so they was tag teaming. And during the tag teaming process, they still weren't really whooping his ass. They were just hanging in there. But Godzilla got knocked on his ass again. Kong got his battle axe charged up. When his battle axe is charged up, as I'm calling it, when Stormbreaker is charged up, he cut right through Mecha Godzilla like butter. I guess just the material of the axe just sliced right through metal. But Godzilla is indestructible, kinda. So it don't slice through him like that. He made up of that stuff, whatever. I don't know. I'm not gonna get too much into that. Somebody probably can explain the lore a little better than me. But either way it go, with Kong and his axe, Mecha Godzilla is no chance. Like Kong whooped Mecha Godzilla's ass faster than what Godzilla whooped Kong ass, and faster than what Mecha Godzilla could whoop Godzilla's ass. And somebody argued that if it was if Godzilla was a king of the monsters and Godzilla had the title, the belt, okay, he kept his belt after he whooped Kong ass. He definitely lost his belt to Mecha Godzilla. So Mecha Godzilla had the belt, and then Kong whooped Mecha Godzilla's ass. And then so Kong left with the belt. Kong left with the crown, even though he can't beat Godzilla. The movie ended with Godzilla with Kong being the final victor. It was so I heard that argument. Kong left with the title. Now if you fight Godzilla again, he's gonna lose it. But it was a three-way thing. It was a three-way thing. I do look at it like that. It was definitely okay, here we go. Like, no, we ain't going back in on that. Scientists changed the term global warming to climate change because the globe wasn't or hasn't been warming. The warmest year on record was 1995. Temperature hasn't rose since the 2000s. I've seen people, I've seen that debunked, that they changed the name. They change the name and stuff all the time. But people say, they changed the name because they knew they couldn't prove it. Whether they call it climate change or global warming, I'm not getting into that. See, some people interpret that as he dropped the axe at the end because he didn't want to smoke. Now, he probably didn't. But I interpreted him dropping that axe as he understood the situation. And Godzilla did too, because Godzilla ultimately cares about the humans. Well, kinda. He got no quarrel with the humans, put it like that. Godzilla brings balance to the force, so to speak. He get rid of the other monsters that are a threat. That's why he had to get rid of Mecha Godzilla. Kong helped him get rid of Mecha Godzilla. So I think it was just an understanding that we are not enemies. But I didn't look at that as he dropped the axe because he didn't want to smoke. I thought it was more of an understanding, that they both had an understanding. Thank you, Perfect Storm. Bravo, you get an A for the day. That's exactly where I was going. Exactly what I was about to say. I was sitting on that one. It was like Ali Foreman and Joe Frazier. For those that don't know, Ali fought Frazier the first time they fought. Now, I do believe Ali would have beat Frazier the first time they fought had Ali not had all that time off and Ali was in the pure state of the raw, youthful Ali, but he, you know, he had like 3 or 4 years off. Was a little rusty, not rusty. He was still Ali. Ali, some his greatest moments came after that break where he got his license suspended. Some of his greatest moments came after that break. So he was still Ali, but he still was a different animal, you know, back prior to that, from about 62 to 67 or something like that. I forgot the exact time frame, but he was a different animal back then. I mean, the film shows it. But either way, Ali fought Frazier. Ali lost to Frazier. Frazier fought George Foreman and got his ass whipped by George Foreman viciously, embarrassingly. That's the fight, you know, and he got knocked down 6 times, 7 times. I forgot, 6 or 7 times. And then Ali was like, yeah, and I'm about to fight George Foreman. It was like, wait, hold on. You lost to Frazier, and Frazier got humiliated by George Foreman. This is a no contest. What you doing? But Ali was able to beat George Foreman. Styles makes fights. So that was how it is. It was like a paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors type of deal. And that's what I saw when I watched Kong versus Godzilla. Kong can't beat Godzilla, but Godzilla can't beat Mechagodzilla, but Mechagodzilla can't beat Kong. It was a 3-way thing. Red Sings the Blues in the building. Shout out to Red Sings the Blues. He was on O'Shea very recently. I think I saw that O'Shea was coming on your program. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not 100% sure about that part, but I did see that you were on his. So good stuff. And y'all shouted me out a bunch of times. So salute to you guys on that one. I had nothing to do with that. I just clicked on it and was just chilling and watching. And I was like, oh, I'm getting shout out after shout out after shout out. So that was cool. That was cool. Big ups to you guys. Appreciate it. But Red Sings the Blues says, what's your favorite video game, if you even play video games anymore? I barely play them. I love basketball, so I will always play the 2K game, play 2K, just because I just love basketball. I like NBA basketball that much, so I will always play 2K. I will always play it. However, the most recent one, I didn't even buy it. So you can see where I'm at with it. I'm just not, it's not a big part of my life, but I do get a certain itch to just play a basketball game here and there. And just like I got an itch recently to play a football game. I just very recently bought Madden for like $20. The most recent Madden, just went and bought it for $20. I think the new one come out in 4 months. So who buys Madden after it been out for 8 months? Me, apparently. I just had a certain itch to play football game. I love dropping back to pass, reading the defense, and you know, I love that is fun. That is the ultimate chess match. That's the ultimate chess match to me, when you drop back to pass, read the defense, because I'm the type of person I scan, I survey, I do my little audibles and all, you know, when they made it to where you can adjust the routes, I was loving it, because then that made it to where I could read the defense, know somebody's tendencies, and figure out, oh, he in this formation, I know he blitzing, let me make this receiver do a slant, like, so I'm gonna send him on a slant right to where I know that where that blitz coming from. Once it got like that, where it just turned where I could play chess and think moves ahead, I'll always enjoy Madden. But like I said, it's not a big part of my life. I don't buy it when it first come out and put hours in. I'm like 8 months behind because I hadn't played Madden in a few years. So I had a certain itch to just drop back to pass and pick apart some defense. But no, it ain't a major thing. It ain't a major part of my life. Now, a game that I do actually like playing, this is the only non-sports game that I've played, is the Hitman games. I like those because it's not just you're not just running out there shooting. If you put it on the highest difficulty, you got to be strategic, you got to be smart, you got to be stealthy. I do enjoy that, to figure out a stealth way, you know, you're in that whole world. There's a lot of people in there. You can kill whoever you want, but you only got one target. And you got to be low key and kill the target. And sometimes when you got to do something cool, like you know, kill the mailman, take it, or the delivery man, and pretend to be the delivery guy to get access inside the gate, then you might have to go and kill the butler, stuff him in the closet, change into the butler clothes, and then go and then spike the punch or the food and go deliver it, serve it to the main target. And yeah, that's fun to me. Yeah, I don't like the running gun. I never got into Splinter Cell, but I think Splinter Cell is similar in that regard. Hitman is cool. He kind of looked like Pulp Fiction. You know, he in a black suit, white button up, red tie, black gloves on with a silencer and a fiber wire to sneak up behind somebody and choke them out and stuff them in the closet and switch into the the chef costume and then poison the food that you before it gets served to the target that you got to kill. But then sometimes you get caught being stealthy, then you do got to get into some combat and then get out of there. But you know, that's the extent of my video. Yeah, I see Kuda down there say you play the hell out of Hitman. Yeah, Hitman is a fun game. A game like that I can play. But even then, I let myself get a few years behind on that before I finally bought them. So it's not a big part of my life no more. I mean, I kind of miss it. I kind of miss them, but I just don't. I just can't get into it like I used to. But 2K, Madden, and Hitman, that is literally all I play. Now, shout out to this motherfucker right here. Stream Team Memes very rudely took a conversation that me and Kuda, well, I was talking about a conversation that me and Kuda was having, where Kuda was pointing out that my pop filter that's supposed to come in this mic is not working. So when I say something that start with a P, you can hear the static. So I was playing around with it and showing y'all why I needed a pop filter. And I was like, Peter Parker picked a purple pepper. That dude and clipped that. Yeah, I'm gonna give you a shout out, even though you clowned the hell out of me. This dude clipped that and got me edited just saying stupid stuff to start with a P. Just clowned the hell out of me. I did nothing to deserve that. But yeah, he clowned the hell out of me on his channel. You owe me more than that $10 super chat for that clowning of me that you did. God damn it. But shout out to him. I think it's actually okay if somebody is making little comedy videos about us, long as it's in good spirit, long as it's good, clean fun, you know. Long as it's good, clean fun. He says, "My bad, bro. I'm trying to get everyone. It's not perfect." Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Long as it ain't just completely mean spirited, and you know, you just just be clipping us and making fun and cracking jokes, and yeah, that's that. It's all good. That shit was funny though. That shit was funny. Somebody mentioned NBA Live. Come on now. NBA Live been dead. The Mac the Trucker in the building says Bernard is Madden King. It was a moment when I was. This was like earlier, mid 2000, probably 2005 or 6 or something like that. Online for the PC for Madden 2004. Yeah, who plays Madden on the PC? But I didn't even know how to hook up a PlayStation 2. I think what that was out at the time. I didn't even know how to hook that up online. I didn't even know how that worked, you know. But it wasn't so easy back then. But you can buy Madden for the PC and play somebody online. And I was ranked in the top 100 for Madden for the PC. Now, granted, there's a whole war out there of people who playing on the PlayStation 2 at the time. But for a brief moment, I was ranked in the top 100. So I was de facto Madden King. I couldn't be fucked with. But this was Madden 2004 with Vic on the cover. And I was kind of cheating because I was playing with Vic, and this was before they put all the stuff in the game to stop a scrambling quarterback. to where you can have your defensive end the QB contain, to where they don't let them get to the outside. They don't charge them, but they just don't let them get to the outside. Or you can click on your middle linebacker and have him in the QB spy. I would do all kind of stuff when I'm playing against a scrambling quarterback. I would just randomly click on one of my linemen and have them drop back into a QB spy, just in case you start trying to run all the way around. Somebody is back there just following them everywhere. Vic go, that's where they go. You had to do that back then because Vic was just unrealistic on the video game until they had to change the video game in order to stop him. Otherwise, he just run for 200 yards off broken plays. They had to adjust the ratings. They had to adjust everything because on the video game, Vic just it just didn't compute. He was too good on the video game. But January man says niggas whip me in Madden. I'll start the game over. You was one of those, huh? Evan Perry says Madden 2008 was the cheapest every QB, a strong arm. I loved when they and they got rid of it, but I loved when they made it to where the quarterback, it was a thing called QB vision. Depending on how high your quarterback was rated, that determined how much of the field he was able to. Okay, it's hard to explain it, but put it like this: if you had a quarterback who his throw accuracy, his awareness and vision and all of that was rated real low, he had a very small window in a quarter, and a receiver had to be in his window in order to see it. But you had to push buttons to make that little field of vision go over here or go over here. But if you was playing with Peyton Manning, his vision was wide and you didn't have to push no extra buttons because his was covering the whole field. So I liked that because it made quarterbacks more valuable in a way that you could see it, because you could just drop back and get rid of the ball faster versus having to fumble through buttons trying to hit your receiver. I liked that. I was mad when they got rid of it because, you know, you can make a because you had to prioritize quarterback. In some of the games it can get kind of cheesy when you could just pick an average quarterback with an 80 overall and he basically could do the same thing that Peyton Manning can do. It was like that for a while where you didn't have to prioritize quarterbacks. And somebody just said Bernard, you ever seen the ball go through a DB and into the hands of a wide receiver? Yeah, I see crazy stuff. Yeah, that used to be wild. It was some Maddens that was just horrible at that. Some years they would make Madden where, yes, that would just happen all the damn time. But I haven't really played Madden that consistently in a while, to where I really don't know. I really don't know how it is right now. Like I said, I bought this new Madden and I haven't even completed, not new Madden. I bought the Madden that's been out for 8 months and I haven't even completed a full game. I just played one quarter. Cool, talking about some NFL blitz. Like, come on now. Come on now. When 2K get back in the NFL game, that should be interesting. Because 2K took over basketball. 2K definitely took over basketball. Checkmate says Joe Montana. You went back. Joe Montana football was before your time. I remember that. That was before Madden. I remember that Joe Montana football. That was for the Sega. I remember that. I'm a little old school. Dig Thug in the building says it may come to a surprise, but I don't play games as much. Me either. However, I do encourage a lot of brothers to do so, as many robots and drones use the same controllers. We have to adapt to today's weaponry. Aha. The lead attorney is in the building. Shout out to the lead attorney. Shout out to the lead attorney. You're doing yourself a disservice if you're not over there checking out all of that wealth of information that he is giving. Okay. When you see somebody's an attorney, you just think all they ever did was book learning. But nah, he's a regular guy. He played Joe Montana on the PC. That's what's up. That's what's up. I assume you're in the early to mid 40s. So yeah, that would put you at around that age. I'm 38. So yeah, I was young when the Joe Montana football came out. I remember when Madden first came out, it was called John Madden football. Then they eventually dropped John off of it. They had to drop John off of it because they just got so big. They're like, dude, this is bigger than you. And you're not about to keep taking all of the money. Damn, my audio probably sound bad. Wait, hold on. Well, okay. They said you're not about to keep taking all of the money. We got to diminish you now. It don't say John Madden on it. You don't see you haven't seen his name, his full name, face, or anything on it for a while, for years. It has nothing to do with John Madden no more. Yeah, he's 44. That was about right. That would have been about my guess right there. But he says NFL 2K5 was beyond dope. I think I remember that one. I think I do remember that one. I feel like I missed somebody's super chat. Somebody brought up Max Payne. I remember that. Y'all taking me back. Double dribble. Yeah. Double dribble was that deal. Let's see if I got some. Nope, nobody's on that Cash App end. But shout out to everybody who's in the building today. Shout out to everybody who's in the building today. This is an open panel freestyle show. Anybody who wants to come on up can come on up. I was going to change the title and thumbnail, talk about King Kong versus Godzilla. I was going to talk about King Kong versus Godzilla a lot. Y'all talking about NBA Jam and NFL Blitz. I don't know if the MonsterVerse, they left it open to where in Middle Earth they may be not Middle Earth, that's a little different movie. Hollow Earth. They may very well have all kind of stuff going on in Hollow Earth. We don't know how big Hollow Earth is in that whole MonsterVerse, or if it makes any damn sense anyway. But I think it's going to be the case that a lot of monsters are going to be down there. Somebody pointed out online that the scene in Hollow Earth, when they were in Hollow Earth, where the gravity was kind of weird and Kong was floating around, they were saying that they should have had Godzilla go down there to Hollow Earth, and they could have had a good zero gravity fight where they was like the hallway scene in Inception. You remember the hallway scene in Inception where they were floating around like that fighting? They could have had Kong and Godzilla doing a big ass zero gravity fight. Now that would have been cool as hell. That would have been cool as hell. I would have definitely loved to see that. Yeah. To be fair, if a dad with 3 kids is making $300K a year, a woman will be all on him. Yeah, Dark Knight mentality. Yes, they missed a great fight scene on Hollow Earth. They definitely did. They definitely did. After Godzilla basically blew through Earth down to Hollow Earth, because that's very possible that you could do that, even though everybody else had to go through the quantum tunnel to get there, but Godzilla could just breathe fire to get down. See, this movie is best to not think when you watch that movie. It's best to not think. But Godzilla should have jumped down there. Godzilla should have just jumped down there, and yeah, they should have been fighting down in Hollow Earth. That would have been cool. That would have been cool. But the whole classic aspect of Kong and Godzilla is fighting, knocking over buildings. So I would have been upset if they didn't give us that either. Now, one thing that doesn't get talked about in Kong and Godzilla, and this is when we start overthinking it. This is when we start overthinking it. You know how in superhero movies, how it has come up in superhero movies with the animated, the Pixar movie, The Incredibles, they talked about the damage that that superheroes cause when they running into buildings and all that kind of stuff like that. They talked about that in Hancock, and they talked about it in, I think, Batman vs Superman too, or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember. But when it comes to Kong and Godzilla, the amount of destruction of all of those buildings is just September 11th style destruction on steroids. And yes, it was some evacuations. They were like, evacuate the city. You know, you hear stuff, you hear that, but the fight just break right out. Like, it stands to reason that the movie never accounts for it's people in those buildings. All 45 buildings that were brought to the ground during a Kong and Godzilla fight. It was people in those buildings. You gotta average that into the equation. Like, I mean, they easily could have killed 100,000 people. Easily. Indigenous TV. Hold on. But Indigenous TV says Rodin versus Kong. Who wins? Rodin versus Kong. I don't know who that is. I don't know the monsters like that. Who is that? I don't know who that is. January Man said, yeah, it's gonna be the Kong Godzilla stimulus package. Yeah. Yeah. It'll be a Kong Godzilla stimulus package all day. They're gonna have to have one. Because they tearing up too much stuff. And that's where they dropped the ball in what could have been a good movie. See, superhero movies are good, or not superhero, that wasn't superhero, but movies like that are good when the villain is well developed. That's why Black Panther was so good, because Killmonger was a really good villain. Infinity Wars, Endgame. When the villain lay out his plan, his thoughts, his ideas, and it makes sense, and you understand it, that's when you got a good movie. The villain in this movie who made Mechagodzilla, was he wrong? Was he wrong to think that we need to create a monster? We need to build some type of defense system. We need to be prepared to defend ourselves. These monsters are walking around. We are no longer the apex species on Earth. We need to do something. He wasn't wrong. So when you look at it like that, from the perspective that he wasn't wrong, they could have made him a better character that made sense, and not just like the Bond villain, the cat stroking, mustache twirling Bond villain. Like, they didn't have to necessarily do him like that. And that make those type of movies look kind of cartoonish, and then it's like, okay, just hurry up and get to the fighting. But when I look at the reason why he wanted to make Mecha Godzilla, he wasn't tripping, because look at the destruction that's taking place just from two titans fighting. Look how many people that the movie sweep under the rug that get inadvertently killed by two titans fighting. So that's that's the level I look at it, and that's what make a movie good or bad to me. Whether or not they take the time to think about stuff like that. I'm making all this damn noise getting back in my chair. Yeah, like he wasn't wrong, and they could have made him make more sense. And they could have made the movie make more sense. Because he wasn't wrong at all. The other guy who was like the Godzilla equivalent of a tree hugger, he the one guy in the Godzilla King of the Monsters who had a certain love for Godzilla, and he's our protector. We're his pets, so to speak. Because somebody was like, "Oh, so you mean to tell me he's going to be our pet? No, we're going to be his." It was like, no. These threats need to be neutralized. They need to be killed. We need to study them and figure out a way to kill them. Now, whether or not Mecha Godzilla was an effective way to get rid of Godzilla, because had Kong not intervened, Mecha Godzilla would have killed Godzilla. And Mecha Godzilla, if done correctly, controlled by a human, if the system didn't go off the fritz, controlled by a human, he could have took out all the other Titans and then could have just ridded the world of Titans. So I'm looking at that character like, hey, this is the one that makes sense. Dark Knight Mentality said Godzilla is an alpha with beta tendencies. Shout out to ARC. Shoot, hold on. Where's my man? Kenny Kanjo says, good assessment, Bernard Riley. That movie will be available on Netflix or one of the other smart apps next week. Very disappointing, in my opinion. Shout out to Kenny Kanjo. Says there's like 2 to 3 Godzillas. Getting caught up in this whole MonsterVerse thing, I guess I got to talk about this. I went back and watched the 1976 King Kong movie just to watch. I really just wanted to see what King Kong looked like and how good of a job they did at creating King Kong. So I was like fast forwarding through it and stuff. And I'm not, I know I don't play the whole victim narrative thing. I'm not that person to try to find racism under every rock. But man, that movie felt racist as hell. The 1976 Kong movie, I ain't gonna lie. And the 2005 version made by Peter Jackson, after he, knocked it out the park with the Lord of the Rings, he did the King Kong movie. The indigenous people, he made them look kind of racially ambiguous. Their skin was dark, but their hair was straight. You couldn't really pin down exactly what race we're calling them. You didn't. But in the 1976 Kong movie, the indigenous people on the island where Kong was at, no, them was just some niggas. Ain't no way about it. They just got some niggas and put them in some damn leaves and bushes and just had them out there. Hooga, booga, booga, hooga, hooga. I was just like, God damn. And then the funniest part is when the hooga booga booga people found they found the white people. They went over to them, and then they saw the one little white girl that was there with them. That's the white girl that the King Kong save me. That's the white girl that fell in love with King Kong. She was playing that role. and Kong fell in love with her at first sight because she was white. But but this this is what happened. The hooga booga booga niggas went over there. They saw the white girl and they start hooga booga booga hooga daga booga at the white girl, and then the white guy's like, no, no, no. They like put her behind, like, you know. It really looked like somebody pulling their white, like their white daughter. And you know, okay, y'all get the visual. You got to stay away from those. You know, it looked like that. And then, but they was basically saying they wanted the white girl. All right, they wanted the white girl, and they was like, no, you can't have her, no. And then so the hooga booga booga niggas, they went back. I had something on my tongue. They went back and went and got 6 of their women. They went and got 6 of their black women and paraded them up and start saying, I got hooga booga booga, hooga booga booga. And then and then the white guy assessed, he was like, they want to trade one of our women for 6 of theirs. I was like, oh. So that one white girl was worth 6 of the indigenous black girls. I was like, they out here clowning, man. Like that 1976 Kong movie had so much little racist undertones. And they look at, they said fair trade. Man, cut it out. Man. That shit was bad. I'm not that person to try to find racism under every rock, but you watch a 1976 movie, y'all know the old term. I think it might have been a Richard Pryor joke where he said, "It's enough niggas in here to make a Tarzan movie." That's what it was like. It was, you know, the term still applies. Enough niggas in here to make a King Kong movie, because they just found a bunch of niggas. They were just out there with afros and just running around and everything. Stream Team, don't clip that. Stream Team memes, don't clip me saying ooga booga booga. Don't clip that, please. But yeah, they that shit was funny. That shit was funny, right? When they wanted the white girl, and they had to pull her back, trying to protect her from the BBC. Somebody said in the chat, and then they went back and came back with 6 of their women. Like, come on, work with me. Come on, fuck with me, B, fuck with me. This is 6 for 1. Let's go. But then they went on and the white guy said, no, we're going to need at least 12 of your bitches for one of ours. Okay, they didn't say that, but they said no. And then the indigenous people, the hooga booga booga niggas, went back and they just kidnapped the white girl. They stole her. Now, I thought they wanted her for themselves, but really they wanted her for us to give her to Kong. And so they took her out there and tied her. They took her behind the big gate that they built, tied her up, and then, you know, did a little chant, a little rain dance or whatever. And then Kong came and got the white girl and went off. And then they was trying to protect her from the BBC, but Kong he fell she fell in love with a big black gorilla anyway. So it was and so, and it was a weird part where Kong got her and put her in the water so she can clean herself. And then he picked her up, and when she was wet, he started blowing on her. He's holding her in his hand like this, and he started blowing on her to dry her off. And while she drying off, she just looked like I'm not going to emulate it, but she looked like she was getting aroused but from Kong blowing on her. I was just like, in the whole movie, the white guy trying to save her from the big black. Like they saw the black characters is no different from goddamn apes, but the ultimate big black ape had her, and they got to save her from that. But she didn't want to be saved. She fell in love with Kong. But yeah, man, it was a weird movie watching that original. This wasn't the original. This was a 1976 version. I might go back and watch the older versions just to see how racist those were. But Darth Slothy is in the building. He said, "Everybody say a quick prayer for my homie Mace Taggart." Oh yeah, he was telling me before that he was on dialysis. He getting a kidney transplant soon. One of the most chill brothers in the sphere. Absolutely, shout out to Mace Taggart. Indigenous TV says the 1976 Kong movie with Jeff Bridges. That's the one. Jessica Lange was amazing. That was a beautiful white woman right there. I tell you what. For 1976, because I'm no fan of, I mean, it was a different time. I mean, everybody is super glammed up nowadays. So it's different. When we look at beauty, we don't even know if we're really seeing beauty nowadays. We don't. But yeah, but just straight, clear face, in shape body, relatively big boobs for the time. Like right now, the way we measure a big ass and some big breasts, it's a completely different scale nowadays. But of that time, yeah, she was definitely attractive, and she may have been worth at least 3 of them indigenous black bitches. But anyway, I'm just playing. They offered 6 for 1. I was like, come on, man. Y'all selling y'all women too short out here. 6 for 1. 6 for 1. Like, come on. You got to do them better than that. Bernard, what about Planet of the Apes movie when he was talking about get your dirty ape hands off of me? Well, I can't knock that. When he said, get your stinking hands off me, you damn dirty ape. If you're talking about the original with Charlton Heston, I can't say nothing was wrong with that. Those were apes in a costume. If they would have got niggas and called them apes, that would have been one thing. But those are actually well done ape costumes for 1968, I believe that was. So yeah, I can't knock that. The Mark Wahlberg 2001 Planet of the Apes, that was more of a social commentary on race relations in America, but see, we can't even cry racism on that one, because the apes were the white people and the humans were the black people, so to speak. But that was definitely, like, they was talking about separate but equal and all kind of stuff in that movie. So I can't knock Planet of the Apes. They didn't do nothing wrong. But that 1976 Kong movie, where they just got some leaves and twigs and like, here, nigga, put this over your junk. here, just got some bushes and just went to a random black woman. Here, put these over your titties. Okay, go out there and dance. Just the Golden Eagle 99 says, I heard they based King Kong off of Jack Johnson. You think that's true? Possible. Silent Lamont says, Bernard, man, I could hear nigga under the breath when he said dirty apes. Yeah. Okay. I mean, the Planet of the Apes movies didn't do nothing too wrong. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, January, man. He did kiss an ape. And she said to him something along the lines of that, she liked him, but you're so damn ugly. So it played the social commentary correctly in my perspective. It played it correctly in that she called him ugly, even though we looking at him as a decent, nice looking man. But from the ape perspective, you're an animal to me. But you're nice, and I like you, and I value you as I respect you as your personhood, your humanity, and your sentience, and all of that. You've changed our world. We saw humans as animals. I don't see you as an animal. You're cool. And they gave each other a kiss as they parted ways. And she gave him a kiss, but you so goddamn ugly. And I was like, so they played it the right way. They played it the right way. The Planet of the Apes movies are normally always real good. You blew it up. Damn you all to hell. Yeah. That original Planet of the Apes, that really holds up. That, like, I can watch that original Planet of the Apes. The second of the originals was kind of weird because it got like a creepy sci-fi horror type of vibe to it. And I didn't like that. But the third of the old Planet of the Apes movies, where the Planet of the second one, they blew up the world because they found an atom bomb from our time and blew up the whole damn planet. But in the third one, 3 of the apes left and came back to our time. And that one was fun. And then after that, it just got kind of weird. And then Planet of the Apes went away until the Mark Wahlberg one came out. That wasn't that bad, but still kind of weird. And then when they recreated it with Caesar, that's when they start killing it. That's when Planet of the Apes got back real good again. A Magnus Opus by Michael Clark Duncan in 2000s version. Yeah, Michael Clark Duncan. See, now they did say something along those lines with him back then. That's what, black media, like he was on the Tom Joyner morning show, and they were asking him, all right, you being a big black ass man, and damn, I saw you down there silent. I was about to bring you up. But he was like, you being a big black ass man who's playing a big black ass ape, and they do look at big black ass men as some big black ass gorillas anyway. So how did you feel about playing that role or whatever? So that was out there in the 2001 Planet of the Apes, but because Michael Clark Duncan did look like he was just out there playing himself. That's fucked up. But that was out there then. But overall, all the apes looked different, and it was people of all different races playing all different types of apes, and it was a whole. So now, oh yeah, Rose Master. He said, "I like that girl named Nova." Oh yeah.
All right, I'm gonna back out. I'm sending a robotic here.
You said what now? Okay, I don't know what happened with Silent, but yeah, that chick Nova, she was hot. She was hot. Go ahead, Silent. You can go ahead and say something if you got it. If you're in. Going once. Going twice. Silent is not saying anything. He's still here. You still. Well, no. Now he dropped. But yeah, they casted her as a really, of the humans that acted like animals, she was she was very attractive but mute, which was just perfect for him. He wanted to ride off with her on a horse and go restart civilization with humans that can talk. So I thought that was pretty cool. But at the end of the movie, I think the second movie, at the end of the second movie, I do believe she said something. Yeah, she said his name, and she said it so horrible. It was like, I can't make my voice do that. It was like a weird, deep voice. She sounded like Lupita in Us. She sounded like Red in Us. That's how she sounded when she was like Taylor. It was so, but yeah, those were good movies. Are you here, man? You here? Are you here? Say something. He's not here. He's not here. You got to get it figured out. You got to get it figured out. Get it figured out that you can come up and we can talk and we can chop it up and we can kick it. We can hang. But right now, you got issues. Somebody said I'm a colorist for finding Nova attractive. Yeah, I ain't no colorist. I think I think in that Kong movie they should have started out offering 3 for 1. So I'm not a colorist. Bernard, yeah, man. I don't know what's up. I always have good connect. Yeah, your connect is struggling. You're on struggle mode. Charlton Heston, 10 Commandments. I don't know what that is. Just throwing out stuff. Yeah, the same guy who played in Planet of the Apes movie has also played Moses. That is true. That's good information to know. Oh, don't ask me that, Bernard. How you feel about Transformer movies? I don't like them. They are visually fun to look at, and it's a weird thing because every problem that I could point out in the Transformers movies, it's sort of the same problem with King Kong versus Godzilla. But I enjoyed King Kong versus Godzilla just off the simple fact that King Kong and Godzilla were fighting, and I wanted to see it. But with the Transformer movies, for some reason, I expect them to be good movies with a good story and a good plot, and it just the human beings are irrelevant in Transformer movies. It's like, why are they there? Y'all are in the way. This fight don't got nothing to do with y'all. We don't need y'all story. We don't need nothing from you, humans. It's like why are y'all there? Big ass alien robots are fighting. All y'all have to do is, if they're fighting right here, y'all need to turn around and walk this way and just keep walking until the credits of the movie end. Y'all don't have nothing to do with none of this. And so it's always a weird thing when there's big monsters in a movie, because you got to explain the human element to kind of make a story or advance a plot. But it just gets goofy because the only thing humans should do is watch that shit from a distance. Not even no, don't even watch it. Just walk the other way. Why do y'all keep getting entangled in between these big ass alien robot monsters fighting? And that, so I couldn't drop the suspension of disbelief with the Transformer movies. So I just never liked them. It just seemed weird. I couldn't get into it. But King Kong and Godzilla, I've been waiting to see them fight for so long that I can drop the suspension of disbelief and just not care and just go with the flow and enjoy what I'm seeing on the screen. Indigenous TV says Charlton Heston had a light-skinned chick in the Omega Man. Okay. I know nothing of that. Mr. Barlow in the building. My fifth grade teacher name was Miss Barlow. I'm sure she's dead now because she was old as hell back then. But she had some weird. I'm not gonna talk about that old lady's her titties was too damn long. She had some weird long titties. Her bra gave her titties no support at all. At all. I'm like, will you no support. Them was the longest titties ever seen in my life. But anyway, Sir Tice in the building says showing love to Bernie, showing love, Bernie, to the grown man hour on my B-Day. Salute, happy birthday to you. Salute and shout out to you. Hope you have a wonderful, wonderful birthday. What the hell? 100 ghetto gaggers for the Catch Me Outside. No, I think the Catch Me Outside girl is that's a 1-to-1 trade from her and one of the ghetto gaggers girls. That's a 1-to-1 trade. Big Mac in the building says the only good Transformer movie was the 1986 cartoon version. Right on. I used to love the cartoon of the Transformers. Used to love it. Jessica X says Bernard knows what I mean. No, I don't. What are you talking about? I missed something. Let me go up. There we go. We already talked about it earlier because Stream Team Memes sent a super chat, so I acknowledged his evilness with the Peter Piper picked a purple pepper. I can't say peas until I get either a pop filter to cover up the mic or get a whole new mic, which I may be getting a whole new mic because I don't like this thing. But yeah, that was funny. He edited me so bad. I don't know how he had me saying so much. Man, if it was a part where I was saying that my brain don't do this. Like I can't talk to y'all while typing something else, while listening to something else. Like some people can do that. They can have thoughts in their head and be typing, but while talking about something else, but still hitting the right keys while they typing about something else. That's really hard to do. And I was saying, yeah, my brain can't do that. And then I also was saying that I'm going to get a new mic. He edited it because I was saying, yeah, and see, I can't do that because I got to go get a new brain. He edited and made it seem like I said I got to go get a new brain. Yeah, so he clowned me. The shit was funny. Oh yeah, I killed Silent yesterday. He was talking about, I'm a youthful guy, man. I hang out, I be in the club with 20-year-olds, 22, 25, 26-year-olds. I'm around them. I know what's going on with them, I'm a part of that. I'm just a young, youthful guy like that. I was like, yeah, okay, nigga, we get it. You're 42 and still wearing skinny and you're 42 and wearing skinny jeans. We get it. Yeah. Finally clap back at him. Silent be out there 42 in his skinny jeans. I do know, I didn't see it, but I do know it was a backup. I think MOT made a response video to it. I do believe MOT made a response video to it. I basically understand that they got a thing going. I gotta ask MOT one day, because in his response to it, he said that Little Big Nate is propped up by certain people, and I was one of the people that prop up Little Big Nate, which I am. I support Little Big Nate. I think he's valuable for the space, but MOT says he's just a culture warrior, and I'm like, I gotta ask MOT, what's wrong with the culture warrior? Is the thing that he's culture warrioring for, is it a bad thing? What's wrong with if he was being a culture warrior and was just saying a bunch of stuff that didn't matter? Yeah, but yeah, he's being a culture warrior. You think abortion is bad, so he's rallying against it. He's being an advocate, fighting against it. He thinks some things in our culture is bad, so he's being an advocate and he's fighting against. He's speaking out against it, trying to change the hearts and minds of people. If he's a culture warrior, then so is who's the change my mind guy? I forgot his name that fast. The guy who says change my mind. Help me out. He goes on college campuses. He puts up a sign that sits down and says, "There's only one gender. Change my mind." And then somebody sit down and talk to him and try to change his mind. Y'all gonna make me look it up? Come on, y'all supposed to be quicker with the trigger. Y'all supposed to be quicker with the trigger. Mr. Locario in the building with the super chat. Shout out to you. Shout out to Mr. Locario. And we got, hold on, we had Jessica X. Yeah, we got Jessica X up on the panel. But shout out to Mr. Locario, one of the best dating coaches in the game. One of the best dating coaches in the game. No doubt about that. Give some of the best practical, doable advice. Steven Crowder, that's the guy, Steven Crowder. So shout out to Lucario. Appreciate you coming on through. Jessica X is in the building. What brings you up? What's on your mind? Okay, are you having mic failure issues?
I don't know. It's FreeStyle.
Oh, no. Okay. Oh, there you go.
You can't hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, my internet was acting up.
Your internet was acting up.
Well, it's FreeStyle Friday, and I thought I'd...
Give it about.
Pardon?
Yeah, you are kind of going in and out, kind of. If you were saying something, you were kind of going in and out. I couldn't really hear you. And you got that hissing. It was like that little hissing that happens. So I don't know what was up with that. But come on back up. We talking about a litany of random topics. So you can definitely come up. But something was happening. It was like a weird breakup. So I'm gonna have to change it when I do like a random freestyle show where I'm just chopping it up with y'all and y'all throwing out the topics and we just talking about whatever. When we do shows like that, we're gonna have to I'm gonna have to change the name and get freestyle out of it because y'all keep trying to get people to rap. That's not what I mean. I mean it's just a free flowing freestyle of a topic type of show. Y'all keep trying to get somebody to spit some bars. No, Jessica X is not spitting bars, even though it would be funny. When people got an accent, for some reason, when they rap, they seem like they lose their accent. All right, Jessica, they want you to rap. 16 bars, go.
It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine, Salt and Pepper and Heavy D up in the limousine.
Hey, if you could have saw my face. If you could have saw my face. That didn't count worth shit. You know, it gotta be original lyrics. But you did kind of prove my point when people with an accent
Are you trying to call me a thief? Those are...
you went in and out. But when people with an accent rap, they tend to lose their accent when they rap. I don't understand that. I never heard anybody rap in an accent.
Give me a second. Let me switch over my Wi-Fi. 1 sec.
Yeah, she on that. Oh no, I'm taking it down. Stream team memes. This is going down. This one will not be up. You can become a Patreon and you can get it. You about owe me to become a Patreon after you clown me. And I'm giving you free advertisement so people can go and check out your show. I'm anticipating that you're going to be making more edited videos like that. Hopefully not of me. Hopefully you edit somebody else. Snuggle668 says, Bernard, you have an accent. Yes, I have an American accent. But when people have accents from other places, they tend to rap. When they rap. Do
you know what?
Yeah.
When you have rappers here, they keep their accent. So I don't think my accent switched, but when we sing, the accent switches.
That's true. That's true. I've never heard anybody. How is that, or why is that? I never heard anybody exactly sing in an accent.
Do you know what? I think because America is like the pioneer for music. So whenever British people sing, they even just unconsciously just emulate the accent. They emulate the American accent. But the rapping, I could show you some UK rap. The accent stays the same. If you hear Zero's impression of English rap, you'll laugh because he
No.
does do the rap for like in the bold English accent.
Yeah. See, I haven't heard Zero exactly do that one. I've heard him do plenty of do he actually do a good English or British impression? Is it actually
Yeah,
good?
his accent is decent.
Because whenever I try to do it, it's never. Oh, he said he's already a Patreon. Oh, good. And then if you need to clip Jessica X trying to rap, then yeah, you got her. But
All right, Bernard, let's go. English accent.
No. I can't do it on the fly like that. I gotta be just oh well, give me. I would have to have something to say. Like, let me look.
Let's say, hello, my name is Bernard. You have to say Bernard as well, like our spritz.
Hello, my name is Bernard.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I say no. It's funny when y'all say H. Y'all say H. That always it makes sense that y'all do it that way, but that still bugs the hell out of me that y'all say H.
H.
Yeah, when you say the letter H. Yeah, I can tell we're clearly doing it wrong. We're clearly doing it wrong when we say H because we're putting like the A sound in front of it. But yeah, it's just weird. It's so counterintuitive to actually pronounce it H. Dark Knight Mentality in the building with the super chat. You see, you heard my pop filter. Dark Knight Mentality says, can Jessica X, not X, can Jessica talk without the accent like a lot of British actors and actresses do? Well, we know she can say
I can talk without the accent, so it's gonna sound a bit like this if I do my American accent. I don't know how good it is or how bad it is, but this is my American accent.
whenever somebody who's bad at doing an American accent tries to do an American accent, they always end up, they either got to go full Valley Girl or they got to go a down south accent.
You don't want to hear my southern accent. My name is Sally Sue and I'm from Alabama.
Oh no, I've heard it before. I think you was doing it. You was doing it on Game Channel. You was doing it on somebody's channel. But it would never. They never just do what I consider, except for the actual actors. But they never do what I consider to just be just talking regular. Oh, go ahead.
I think the southern accent is the go-to. It's really easy. And then probably the Valley Girl accent is what I hear in movies. So it's the first thing that my mind goes to if I try and do an American accent. It's going to be like the, oh my gosh, sort of accent. So
Yeah,
that's why.
Okay, so somebody's in Deity X. Yeah, do an impression of Deity.
Keep my name out your dick suckers.
Oh wow, she said that.
Yeah, that's all I remember her saying. When people were trying to say that she was me, she came back. She's like, I told you, Rue, keep my name out your dick suckers. Okay, I can't do it, it's bad, but you get the drift.
Yeah, that was the funniest part of that whole thing when they was.
Did you fall for it, Berna? Was there any part of your mind that thought, this could be true?
For about 2 minutes, and then I thought like, nah, that it ain't. That's not possible. I forgot. Well, put it like this: they were overselling their argument either way. Like that. So they were setting themselves up for failure. It's one thing to say, because I said this when it first happened. When you said that I just said it's cool. That's exactly how you said it, and you didn't sound like you, and that didn't sound like a British accent. So the only thing they had to say is she didn't sound like herself, and she didn't sound like she had a British accent. That's all they had to say. But to try to do the Scooby-Doo detective agency unmask who you really were, it's like that you making you overselling your argument and you're overplaying your hand. Now, I have listened to you talk since then, and when you say cool, you do say it like that. You do say cool. That's how you say it. So I've heard, so I've come
To
to the
me, I sounded the same. I didn't hear an accent, an American accent or anything. I said, all right, it's cool. That's what I
I
said.
know, but see, your cool is similar to how some Black Americans say cool. Like it's cool. Like that's kind of how we talk. And so I never, most of us never, notice the overlap on the word cool, that we kind of say it the same way, because my knee jerk reaction is, nah, that sounded American, but I couldn't sit there and try to pin it on a certain individual in this space doing a like no doing like that would be like she would have to be a genius to pull that off.
Right,
Like
that would actually be that would actually be genius for me to be deity if I was to be the
yeah,
same person.
yeah, she would have had to that would have been genius level maneuvering through this space as two different people and never slipping up, never making a mistake. So no, that wasn't it. But you for whatever reason, your voice sound different right there. It did sound different. That part can't be denied. It didn't sound like you. But going forward, once I've been listening to how you talk and how you say certain words, and yeah, you do say cool like that. I've caught you say cool a few times, and you said it the exact same way. And then talking months later, you said it the exact same way.
Yeah, I think I was a little bit frustrated in that conversation. So my voice went like higher pitched. I think that was the main difference is my voice went up a bit instead of I think my voice is kind of low normally, but my voice went more squeaky. I think that's the only difference I had. But I don't want to command anything, Bernard, but tell them to throw some topics at us. What do you want to hear us talk about? Is there anything that's currently popping in the media that you want us guys to touch on? Throw some topics at us.
Well, while they do that, one thing that did happen is ARC. This was I started to do the whole show about this,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
he ARC definitely has turned over a new leaf. He took the high road. He definitely took the high road and didn't go off about it. Didn't go off about the whole thing with the saint in the center. So because he took the high road and did it in a way that kind of squashed it, and Saint in the Center did well. He shared the Saint in the Center's video on his community tab, and Saint in the Center commented something very respectful to ARC, and ARC responded back with something respectful. And ARC did his video, and the video was respectful, even though ARC talked his shit. But the interaction between them told me that it's kind of dead and over already. So it was like a Godzilla versus King Kong build up, but then damn, it
Got let
didn't really
down.
didn't really happen. But
Panel
we
arc. Panel arc didn't come out.
yeah, ARC has turned over a whole new leaf. Like he ain't out there wilding no more. He ain't been on no panels lately. And this happened. Somebody took some jabs at Mode One, kind of disrespected his brand, and he had decided he wasn't going to go ham. But I thought a good debate could happen between, But overall, that's my overall thoughts on it. I oversummed it up and didn't leave you nothing to work with. But what was your thoughts on the whole ordeal overall?
I didn't see the Saint and the Sinners video sort of critiquing Mode 1. I didn't see that, so I can't go too into depth with it, but I get where Arc is coming from with Mode 1. I actually do. And just being upfront with your intentions. And I don't even know if it's always gonna go sort of the sexual route, like, hey baby, you want to come back to mine tonight so we can, XYZ. I don't even think just that, but even if
Said
you're looking for something casual, whatever your intentions are, sometimes that upfront, just being direct about it, can work. But then I also do understand the flaws that I know some other people have pointed out, not necessarily the saint and the sinner, but when they say mode one only works if she's already attracted to you. That is that's a viable critique right there. Because if she's not attracted to you and you're coming over to her and saying, you know, like I said, hey baby, you coming back to mine tonight? She's gonna be like, nah, you know. But if she's
Yeah,
attracted to you, then you're kind of you're in there.
yeah. If
So
she's
you're just cutting out the small talk.
if she's lukewarm on you, um, doing something other than mode one, other than direct, other than putting an offer on the table within the first 5 to 10 minutes, yeah, like dragging it out could make her get from lukewarm to warm, warm enough to come to your house, and then you can kind of make a move going from there. So yeah, it
Because
will.
believe it
It
or not, sometimes women do want men to be more mode one. Women do
will.
want men to be more like initiate things because okay, you can put it this way, sometimes somebody's trying to beat around the bush or be sometimes guys are even trying to be respectful, right? So you could have a guy that you're into and you're trying to give him signs to basically be mode one and he's not doing it, you know.
Oh
And
yeah,
as a woman you don't want to initiate, so you're just kind of there like okay.
yeah. And if
So
you take too long doing it. Like it could work the opposite way. Like I said, sometimes if she's lukewarm on you, and then you give it some time, you're being, a little more indirect, doing the dates and all of that. Okay, she can warm up to you, or she could be already warmed up in there, and all you're doing is making the temperature go down to lukewarm. So it can go
right,
either way. It can
it
go
can ruin
either
the
way. So
moment.
so yeah, yep, absolutely. Nick Penn in the building. He says, "Stay focused." He got it looked like a finger crossed emoji, 100 emoji, fire emoji, dominate. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, we got Carter Drew in the building. He says, "I made a Facebook post about this. Do you both think a man should groom a woman to be a helpmate slash wife if her mom never raised her that way, or should that already come pre-installed in the software? Ideally, it should come pre-installed in the software, but it's nothing wrong with a man grooming a woman to that point if she ain't just so broken and out of pocket and out of you shouldn't be wrangling a banshee. Let me just make that very clear. You
Yeah.
shouldn't be doing that. But if she's decent and just need to be tweaked on a few things, and she's willing to follow some guidance and all of that, then yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. That's cool.
Yeah, I think if it's sort of you guiding her to what you specifically want so that she's tailor made to you, there's nothing wrong with grooming her that way. And I honestly, here's my thing is that I do think that women naturally you're born a certain way, okay? You're born a certain way, but one thing I've noticed is that a lot of the environments women grow up in, that natural womanness, if that's a word, that natural femininity is it's sort of beaten out of some women. So you have women, and I've seen this firsthand, you have women who have grown up in households where they are literally indoctrinated by their mothers to be a certain way. From the time that they're small all the way into adulthood, they're almost indoctrinated, and the mum's like, no, you don't do that. You have to treat a man like this. You have to do this. You have to make sure basically the femininity is almost taken out of them, and femininity is seen as you being a pushover and you being weak, and the parents take that out of them. And also that mentality where and I even had a dad who came who spoke to me about this, and he said he's been raising his daughter to be strong and independent, like never rely on a man. And I think if you do have that mentality where you never want to rely on a man, that right there is counterproductive, because you're never really going to have a healthy relationship where you're looking at that guy as a leader if you're not able to rely on him and let him take the lead. That's what he needs to be able to do. But if you're constantly challenging that and you're like, no, I'm strong, I'm independent, I don't need to listen to you, the relationship is straight downhill from there.
All right.
So it's environmentally, it can be taken out of people. And that's why it's good that we have like YouTube things like this that can actually bring you background despite the way that you've grown up. It can teach you what men really want, what women really need to be. You have platforms like this, so despite you growing up a certain way, you can actually tap back into what you should be as a woman.
Leo Anthony in the building with the super chat. He says, what do you think about Kevin Samuel's last topic? Do you think black women place too much value in good sex and prioritize it over everything? Yeah, I covered that in the last show. I'm actually kind of divided on that. Actually, game changer, if I'm not mistaken, probably somebody good to pass the mic to on that one right now, even though I think he did come up to talk about the ARC Saint in the Center thing, so we can actually talk about both of them, because I know the Broke Down Women did a show on that, and Game Changer responded to their show. So I'll pass it to Game Changer because he got his thoughts fully formulated on that. And I'm kind of divided on it because sex is important, I understand it, but putting too high of a premium on it over everything else, and obviously that's going to be a problem for a woman. But Game Changer did some long form content on that, so I'll pass that to him. But before I pass it to him, Kill Deuce in the building says mode 1 plus handsome plus humor equals cheeks. Okay. Shout out to you. All right, go ahead, Game Changer. You got the flow, you got the mic.
Okay, so as far as answering Leo Anthony's question, how can I say this? The amount of a woman's gratification during sex only serves the woman. So the amount of priority that she puts on that really shows how selfish she is. For example, if a man is good in every other way that serves a family and could make a potential husband, however, his penis is trash, and she doesn't start a family with that man because his said penis is trash, she instead chooses no family at all, or makes herself single and available, hoping for the possibility of a man who has both family values and good penis, means that she is placing good penis over family. And that particular woman is trash.
Interesting. I agree with you. I just never looked at it. I didn't look at it or have it worded in my head that way, because like I said, I'm slightly divided on it. But yeah, you put it in a good way. You put it in much better words. But I'm assuming you came up to talk about the ARC Saint in the Center situation, because you did some long format content on that as well.
Yes, I did.
So go ahead and fire away on that.
Sure. So as far as mode 1 goes, mode 1 is a great method for getting women who already want to have sex with you to have sex with you, which no one really needs a method for that. It's kind of like writing a interview guide that gets people to hire you that already wanted to hire you. The guy that get recruited out of college for every company, Amazon, Google, just immediately the day after graduation from MIT. Well, that guy really doesn't need assistance in, walking into a company saying, I want to work here. Like, you don't really need that particular help. So if you divide women into 3 categories, as far as levels of interest, and these are women who will definitely have sex with you, and women who will possibly have sex with you, depending, which you just called lukewarm, and women who would never do so under any circumstances whatsoever. Most women, for most men, fall in the center category, which is, possibly, depending on circumstances. Now, you will completely eliminate that woman from your mating pool if you, or you will completely eliminate a large portion of the female population from that mating pool if you say something like, I want you to suck on my penis.
Okay, if I could channel ARC right now, what you just talked about was, you just gave an example of mode 1 hardcore.
Okay. Do you mind if I stop you right there?
Fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, that's a common defense that ARC used. he uses it as a, general defense against every criticism of mode 1. And
Okay.
I said this in my video. So what's being done with this is that when he talks about mode 1, he talks about the most quote unquote ballsiest form.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why he does this is because he wants to feel ballsy as he pursues women that are already interested in him and appear ballsy amongst men. That is the aggressive portion of it.
Yeah.
The passive version of it is, oh, you're talking about the one that I always talk about. And then you pull back to a passive position that you call mode 1.5, which is highly similar to mode 2, which is often critiqued, and people who use it is called cowards. So
wait, hold on. Let me stop you right there.
Sure.
How is mode 1.5 similar to mode 2? Because if I understand mode 1.5 correctly, is you are letting your intentions known. If it's casual sex that you're looking for, you're letting that be known. You're just not doing it with X-rated language, but you are letting it be known within 10 minutes in the first conversation. You lay out what your intentions are. Is that, how could that be similar to mode 2, which is being indirect and not letting it know exactly what your intentions are?
Because it is indirect, Bernard. For example, and this is the example that he gave of mode 1.5, he says that I'm interested in you. I would like to, quote unquote, get together with you or spend some time together, which is what people say during, they'd say meet up, hang out, hook up, something like that. It's still, not in direct terms.
But he does go on. Oh, go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead and finish up. Go ahead and finish up.
And then he goes on to say, I'm not looking for a platonic relationship. I am not looking for, any type of non-sexual relationship, leaving the only option as a sexual relationship. And then he ends with, maybe that's a possibility in the future. Now, if a woman is into you, she will take the possibility of future relationships as a more of a certainty. I can convince him with this good type thinking. Very similar.
Damn. Hold on. All right. I want to actually talk to ARC on that one.
Sure.
Because that is indirect if you throw out maybe it's a possibility in the future.
Exactly.
That's what he would argue that most guys do anyway, is that they pun intended, they dangle the possibility of a relationship over the woman to get current non-relationship casual sex right now. So yeah, if he includes the possibility of a relationship, maybe that's possible in the future, then yeah, that is mode 2. If you put that on there, if you put even the possibility of a relationship in the future on there, then it's a subset of mode 2 bare minimum. Yeah.
So at 31 minutes and 40 seconds is about the time where he talks about just that. So you can check for yourself. That's when he gives that example, and he does throw in that possibility. So once again, but even without it, it's still, you're indirectly saying it. You're not saying what you want to do. You're saying everything that you don't want to do, which is indirect. That's the very definition of indirect. If I was to say, bomb a non-West Coast California state that isn't Washington, then it's pretty much clear what you want to do. You're indirectly saying bomb Oregon. Like, so let's not say that you're being indirect. The direct thing to say would be to bomb Oregon.
Yeah, well, the only way it could be argued that is being direct is because, or is being a version of mode 1, is you are letting your intentions be known. Even though you're doing it in a roundabout, indirect way, it's like you're indirectly letting your intentions be known. But that, again, yeah, that's kind of what mode 2 is. Because like I always say, I was always mode 2. I would basically just, after we go out for drinks, or we go here, we go there. I'll just try to transition everything over to my house. I haven't made an aggressive move yet, but then once we get there, then like I said, you start, rubbing
Is
on her
that
a
for
little
mode
bit.
1.5?
What'd you say?
Is that mode 1.5 that you're explaining, or mode 1?
No, that's what I'm explaining is mode 2. What I'm explaining
No, what GC was explaining.
What GC explained was mode 1.5, but we're explaining how mode 1.5 and mode 2 would be similar to each other.
Strikingly similar.
That's
So my
what
point
mode.
is,
Just quickly, isn't that what mode 1.5 is meant to? I don't know all the modes, but isn't mode 1.5 meant to be somewhere between 2 and 1? So you'd have a bit of both in there.
so once again, mode 1.5 is used in defense of mode. What was the regular mode one called?
Mode 1.
Bernard, what was the word that you used to describe mode 1, like the extreme version?
Mode 1 hardcore.
Right. So mode 1 hardcore, basically mode 1.5 was created to defend mode 1 hardcore. And mode 1 hardcore was meant to market to men. A lot of men would like the idea that they could use mode 1 hardcore and have it successful. So that is what's used to market. However, once a man attacks this belief system that, it's not really plausible, then you revert back to mode 1.5, which is almost completely exactly the same as mode 2.
It's mode 2. Okay, our bare minimum will say it's mode 2, but kind of speeding up the indirect process a little bit. I'll say that.
Okay, so it's mode 2, as you stated before, because he does say in the video that maybe something like that would happen in the future.
Yeah.
That makes it completely mode 2. Now, even without that caveat, it still overlaps in extraordinary ways, because people often say, I'm not really a person that's looking to waste time, or I'm not really looking for friends, but I do want to spend some time with you. Is that cool? That would be considered mode 2.
Yeah.
However, for the sake of marketing and defense of mode 1 hardcore, it's called mode 1.5. That way it still has the 1 in it. But in actuality, it's just mode 2.
Yeah, you got something. You got something. I logically follow exactly where you're going with that. I'd like to hear ARC's response. I'd like to hear ARC's
Art's
response.
about to pull up.
He ain't been pulling up lately, man. He's turned over a whole new leaf. He's I think being a father has calmed him down. He's he's not out there wilding like that. He ain't pulling up on people like that no more. But RBR Network with the super chat, he says Black women want to be happy. That only comes from, what is that, F/A?
From A?
It only comes from A. Why didn't I just type from A?
I'm guessing. I don't even know. I'm guessing.
Only comes from a black man who loves them. They're lying. All right. Thank you, RBR. We appreciate that. We needed that. We can go on with our life. We can go and make sense of the world going forward now that we have that information. Thank you, RBR.
So do you think mode 1, it might not be the route for maybe the average person, but it is something that is useful to men who are better looking, because as a good looking man, still you're sort of conditioned by society that you have to go out and wine and dine her and get to know her and take her for dinners and on dates and all these things that might hurt him time-wise or money-wise that he doesn't necessarily need to do, because if he was upfront and direct, he'd be able to bypass that whole process and just get straight in there.
I don't think go ahead.
Well, once again, you don't really, a person who, like I say, it's a good book for convincing women who already wants to have sex with you to have sex with you. And it's not necessarily just because you are attractive, though that helps. I think that there are other categories of men who who get sex easily, and these are people who are on high on the social scale, famous people, or local celebrities, read, local college football star, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which means that his reputation precedes him, and she doesn't really feel the need to get to know him that well because she knows him as the quarterback, the Heisman winning quarterback or something like that, or the rogue scholar if she is into such people. So if your reputation precedes you and or you have the looks, then you pretty much got it. And just like people like, say, Leonardo DiCaprio don't necessarily have to date his groupies, or T.I., or pretty much anybody who's wealthy and famous. They pretty much know that they don't have to date their groupies. They just sleep with them. The same would apply here. I don't know if these guys have to be told that. And if so, then, you can have a 1-page, 1-paragraph, 1-book, or one sentence book that just says, hey, she wants to fuck you, so fuck her. And that would be, chapter 1 through infinity, like right there. There's really no, like, what's the whole thing to just say, hey, you don't have to just fuck her. Like,
Dr. Thunder in the building with the super chat. He says, paying my respects, looking forward to our interview next week. Bernard, yes, on the 14th, I'll be over on Dr. Thunder's shows. Says, hello, Jessica and Game Changer.
Hey, Dr. Thunder.
Dr. Thunder. All right. Jessica, you had said something. I let Game Changer go first. Now I forgot what you said. You were alluding to. Just go ahead and restate what you said, because I did want to respond to that, because it was something else that I had dug out of it. But
what's the last thing that I said?
The last thing that you were saying.
So I was saying that mode 1 could still be, although it might not be applicable to on a wide scale to the average man, it would be applicable to and I think Game Changer has a valid point when we're talking about men with either looks, money, or status. It is applicable to those men because society kind of teaches you that you have to wine and dine a woman, you have to take her out on dates, you have to get to know her, you have to spend time with her before you're able to have sex with her. But what mode 1 teaches is for you to cut out all of that unnecessary stuff that costs you time and money and get straight in there to getting what you want.
Yeah, and that's where something good is definitely drawn from it, because just the aspect of just being as upfront as possible about your intentions, the social programming, so to speak, that you alluded to. Yes, it does say is counterproductive, and actually, I gave Saint in the Center credit, because he pointed out that he worded it in a way where he says it kind of goes against human nature. I don't know if that was exactly right. See, I'm divided on that. I'm divided on a lot of things with this, because I don't necessarily think it's human nature. I think it's just our overall social programming. But yeah, the certain guys with a certain status, it will be easier for them to do it. But it is something to be said about a guy who does not have a certain type of social status or looks or this or that, to be as early as possible, maybe not in the first 5 to 10 minutes, but as early as possible, being upfront about what your intentions are, even if it is that mode 1.5 type of way, which Game Changer would argue is very similar to mode 2, that letting it be known that you're not looking to do this, you're not looking to do that, you're not looking to do this, leaving the only possibility that, and I think a lot of us already do that anyway, and that sort of saves the whole taking them out whining and dining, because that's where ARC does have a good point, where yeah, you open yourself up to be dinner whored and used, and you being indirect, and she's just going to be indirect, accepting whatever generosity you're throwing out there. So there's something, he's definitely on to something. He has it. Yeah, it's something. It's something right about what he's saying. But I think Game Changer may have the tiger by the tail when he's just talking about the marketing aspect of the mode 1 hardcore. But then when you come in, what you end up being sold is the mode 1.5, which is very, very similar to mode 2, and I never thought of that. Never thought of that at all.
The other thing that it does is it it puts the decision in her hands, in that she can't blame you, because here's the thing: if you're indirect or you're lying, she's gonna come at the end of it, she's gonna be like, you lied to me, you took advantage of me, you told me what I want to hear, blah, all that stuff, you know. But if you're upfront and direct, she can't come with any of that, because you've put your intentions right out there on the table, and it became her choice to indulge in it. So she can't come out and say, you know, you lied to me, you took advantage, you did this, you did that. She can't come with any of those arguments, because he told her, listen, I just wanna fuck, and you went for it. So that's your business, you know. Either deal with it or keep quiet.
Well, she can't ethically come at you in that way. However, many, if not most, women are completely depraved of ethics. They could do whatever the fuck they want to do, and they often do. They can
What, you
say
mean
and
still?
do. Excuse me?
You mean still, like, even if you're direct and she decides to go for it, she'll still complain?
Well, she can and does. Yes, an ethical woman would say, well, he was direct with me. However, a woman who is completely void of ethics, and like I say, that could be many or most, can and will just say it just cuz, and they often do.
Well, let me ask you this, game changer, because what's kind of lurking around in this is the notion of, and this is one thing that I've disagreed with ARC on, and I've asked him this when I've interviewed him. I don't think most guys are going full blown mode 3, and you can speak personally on this one about whether or not you've actually told a woman that you're interested in a relationship just to get sex with her 2-3 times, and then got your bitch, and then you on about your business. Like, I don't think guys are out there. I don't think guys are out there. I know, at least I know I wasn't just full blown saying I wanted a relationship. I'm trying to progress this towards a relationship. Now, being, you know, vague, yes. A lot of times women don't even ask the right question, but if they did ask the right question and asked it in a way to where I really had no way out, I got to give a firm answer, I would go ahead and tell the truth about the exact truth about what I'm looking for. But I don't buy the notion that guys are being full blown mode 3. I'm looking for a relationship. This is what I want. Here's my 5-year plan and how I can include you in it. I don't think guys are out there just putting it on the wood like that and then pulling a gotcha bitch. So
I don't want to come with like anecdotal experience.
Well, hold on. I want damn it, game changer left. I want a game changer to
He'll probably be back. I'll put the link in the chat.
Give an answer on that one.
I was going to say, I don't want to give the anecdotal experience.
Speak for yourself, Al Boogie. Speak for yourself, Al Boogie.
I know guys that do that, and it could be something that's like maybe an age difference, so different, like a generational thing. But guys definitely will, that I've known, will say, yeah, you know, I want to be in a relationship, I really want to get to know you, and they just want the knickers, you know. So people do that.
So a guy saying that he wants to be in a relationship is different than a guy saying that he wants to be in a relationship with you. The thing about no, it is. I mean, he's not misleading at that point. Now, if he doesn't want to be in a relationship with you, and because a guy can say, I want to be in a relationship with my wife, and that would be, you know, I know a woman would say that's taking advantage, but, you know, he didn't actually lie at that point. Nevertheless, mode 3 really only applies to someone who is exceptional enough for mode 1, but chooses to use mode 3 anyway, because it would mean that without knowing you, she is into you enough to want not just sex, but want a relationship with you. So it would only apply to this exceptional guy, whether it's due to his looks, money, or status, or a combination thereof. If you are that guy, she wants to marry you. She wants to marry Michael B. Jordan, before he says 3 words to her. He wants to, she wants to marry Leonardo DiCaprio before he says 3 words to her. Like, so it really only applies to that. You can only sell marriage to somebody who wants to marry you. If you are a average Joe Schmo and you walk up to a woman saying, I want to marry you, you would get the same response that you would get if you were to say, I want to put my penis inside you. So yeah, it's mode 3 isn't really applicable because it to the average guy, and for the exceptional guy, I think that it's a decent message to tell an exceptional guy you shouldn't sell marriage because you really don't have to. I mean, that's is what it is. I mean, so the thing is that let's call them pussy grabbers, right? Shout out to Donald Trump. Let's call them pussy grabbers. Pussy grabbers pretty much know that they're pussy grabbers. And if they don't, somebody like Donald Trump on that bus, that he was quoted for saying, he was like, yeah, when you're rich and famous, you could pretty much grab them by the pussy. See, they know that. That is mode 1. It's good to, be in that position in life, I guess. But it's really not novel. It's really not something that requires much exploring for those in that position. It just doesn't. Like, somebody just need to tell you that you're that dude, and then you just start grabbing. Now, what this book is a way of somebody saying, you, average or slightly above average guy, can behave as Donald Trump. And no, you can't.
E. Capone says they just want the knickers. The knickers.
They just want to get in the knickers.
Yeah, I laughed a little bit on the inside when she said knickers.
It's better than drawers. Drawers sounds like old lady underwear. That's what comes to my head. It's like, those really big granny panties? Yeah, that's what comes to my head when I hear drawers. You guys should adopt the word knickers.
Yeah. Some pushback is coming from the chat from individuals who think that that more guys are full-blown mode 3 women. He says these goofies niggas talk all that shit about y'all, but be giggling on y'all's panels. Why wouldn't they?
I mean, you could.
It could be if you're talking like personally.
Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead, GC. It's okay.
Yeah, I want to hear GC respond to that.
No, I was just saying, once again, mode 3 only really works if the woman wants to marry you. Like, it's,
or wants to be in a relationship with you damn near on site.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's, I mean, I'm not saying that it doesn't exist, but I'm saying that it's not really practical. The most practical form and the most commonly used form by men is mode 2. And I think what men are looking for, and this is what most every other dating coach is offering, which is being criticized by ARC, is a refined way or a more effective way of mode 2.
Yeah, but, well, okay, what I wanted to respond to what Al Boogie got going on is, okay, the guy who's using a mode 3 approach, that's a guy who's coming from the perspective who's in a position where he can only get sex in the context of a long-term relationship. That's why he's offering that long-term relationship. If he does that route and gets sex, that type of guy is typically not a guy who's getting a lot of casual sex. That's why he's taking that long-winded mode 3 route to doing it. So he will generally accept the sex in any context that he can get the sex. So I don't think that that's the guy who's getting the sex and then saying gotcha bitch and on to the next, because if he was a on to the next guy, he wouldn't be doing some mode 3 shit anyway. He would be indirect and just try to get them to the house and then try to make it happen.
Exactly.
You know what? I
So I
disagree with
think I
that one
think
there,
I
though.
think that's So I think that's just an attempt to try to conflate or try to make the guy who's offering a relationship, who typically can only get sex in a relationship, and once he gets that sex in a relationship, he's typically a decent guy in a relationship. I think that's an attempt to just try to make that guy look like the asshole too, so they can be vague in who. So they can scapegoat everybody, so to speak. I think that's more or less what that is, trying to make an enemy out of the relationship dude.
I kind of disagree there, though.
Okay.
I disagree that Mode 3 would be a guy who struggles to get casual sex and therefore he has to go the relationship route to get sex. I kind of disagree. I think in my mind, the people who are Mode 3, which is like, I think I'm gathering straight out just being deceptive, is if you put it this way, most of the women who are just slinging the vag around, you're not going to get a quality woman. You're not. If you want a woman that is probably better looking, prettier, more desirable, she's not just going to sling the vag your way. She's not. And that's where Mode 3 comes in, is where you want that hot woman, but that hot woman wants a relationship and you don't necessarily want a relationship. You're like, she's hot. I just want, you know, I just want the vag. So you tell her, yeah, you know, I'm really into you. I really like you.
Okay,
I see
yeah,
a future with us.
I think you found a situation where somebody might do mode 3 if they're messing with a chick that's typically out of their league. They may take the mode 3 route, but then again, if that guy actually is getting sex from that woman that's out of his league, he's going to accept it in the context of a relationship, or if whether it's casual or whether it's a relationship, he's going to be good. So that's why I don't know if that guy who's gunning for a woman out of his league actually gets that woman through presenting like he wants a relationship, but he actually gets her, a woman that he normally can't get. He's typically going to be good in that relationship. Typically.
Exactly. I
Because he
mean, like,
doesn't
why
want the
pump and
relationship.
dump a woman who's not in your league? Because then, oh, I had this woman that's not in my league, and then you go back to women who are in your league.
No,
Yeah.
because he's
Like,
not.
that's not really. So I think that perhaps at the time that he says it, he really did want a relationship, perhaps with that woman who is out of his league. And
Can I add in something?
Just
in a moment.
quickly,
In
just
a moment,
quickly,
Yeah.
he's not
Go ahead.
looking for a relationship, and this is why I say it could be an age thing, because if it's somebody that's in their 40s, maybe you're not going to pass up on you know, that woman. But if you're in your early 20s and you see a hot woman, you're not necessarily looking to be tied down, but she's hot and you want to sleep with her. So you're not looking for a relationship. The relationship only comes in as a means to sort of get what you want, which is the sex. So I'm
Yeah,
not talking.
but
They don't genuinely want a relationship.
if you start with the premise that this woman is more attractive than what he normally can do, that changes things. If she's out of his league, like I remember, I didn't know
agree
what
with that.
MGTOW was at the time, but looking back at it, I was basically MGTOW. I was on some never be in a relationship, never this, never that, all casual, 100% casual. I tend to believe that Rihanna could have took me off the market at the time.
Exactly. And that's
So,
what out of league
Rihanna's a
women do.
superstar.
okay, I tend to believe
That's
even
what it would
though-
take.
So it could depend. You're on this. I think I'll give you a half a point in that it's a guy who's not looking for a relationship. If he's gunning out of his league, but she's not so far out of his league to where he will absolutely accept a relationship from her, but he really wants to have sex with her. He will be in that vague. I mean, he will mode 3 it up if he think that's what he has to do to get the sex from her. But chances are, once he gets it, he ain't gonna just say "gotcha, bitch" and then go back to the fives that he's been fucking.
Exactly.
No, he's gonna stay with her in a de facto relationship, even if somewhere in the back of his mind, in his back pocket, he's thinking, man, I'm not gonna be with her for forever, but I got to ride this out right now. You know,
Right, you ride
I
it
wanna
out.
piggyback
So
on-
you
it
stay
will
with
end up
her.
being it will end up being a 1 year, possible 2 year relationship. put it like that.
Nah, not that long. You ride it out for a few months
You don't
and then
know.
you're on to the next.
Nah, no. It depends if he ups his status to the point to where he can get chicks like they're regular. But if on to the next mean back on to the 4s and 5s he was fucking before he pulled that 7, he's gonna ride that out for a year or 2 or 3 or however long.
Bernard, you just go mode 3 again. So until you see the next hot girl that you're really into, that's what you do. So it's typically a couple of months, not a couple of years.
I wanted to just
that woman wouldn't be exceptional. I mean, like if mode 3 is constantly giving him 7s, then it wouldn't be exceptional.
No, not exceptional, just hot. That a woman that's not going to give it up easily. She's hot and she doesn't want to just give up the knickers.
Well, then if it's not easy, then okay, never mind.
I just wanted to piggyback on what Bernard had said.
That guy, yeah, he could be a deceitful mode 3 cheater, which is the most reckless territory to be in, because in order to be cheating, you typically got to be mode 2, if not full blown mode 1 or mode 1.5. If you're mode 3 cheating, you leaving a sloppy ass paper trail everywhere, because that means you're taking this woman out on all kind of dates. Y'all walking around in public, y'all at the mall. It's hard to be mode 3 cheating while you got something going on with her, but you're not going to cut off your current pussy that you got.
That's not true,
go
Bernard.
mode 3 around with somebody else. If we're talking about somebody dating up out of their league,
look at
they got a
Jackson.
mode 3. Come on now, that don't count.
Why doesn't it? I mean, that's an anomaly. It's an outlier, but it proves the point.
Derek Jackson
is your point.
No. Actually, it proves my point, because he was sloppy as hell, and look what happened. So I mean, but yes, I don't.
So I was saying, I just believe it. I believe a lot of this is in theory, because I agree somewhat with Game Changing, and I agree with you guys as well, because the dynamics comes back to the sexual marketplace. It's like what Kevin Samuel will have women on the channel and say, okay, what's your price for him not cheating? All right, if he's a regular man making 50K, it's like, oh, that's out of the question. Okay, if he's a man that's making 6 figures, I'll see, as long as he doesn't bring any outside babies home. Now, then he asked the woman, like, okay, if it was Jeff Bezos, then she was quiet. It's just about what's the price. It's the same thing in inverse for men. It's like, okay, are you going to be the average men that might have integrity through and through, regardless of whatever the aesthetics of a woman is, they might be different. But for a man, it's like, okay, if I can get Rihanna, yeah, I'm probably gonna not necessarily be mode 3, but I'm gonna be mode 2, because I would want someone that has a more visual appeal. But when it comes to other women, I might be mode 1, because they're 4s and 5s. I don't value their genetic currency like that. So I think it's all, a lot of this is theory, and I believe like mode 1 by itself is just an alternative to what a man could use. I don't think it's necessarily like the end all be all that some people are making it out to be. Like, if you don't do this, it's like you're not being the most efficient. Like, I've had situations where I was initially direct with a woman, and it may have turned her off, and then by the second time we met up, like we were already having sex. Like, some women might not necessarily like you being direct from the get-go, because they don't want to be, as Arqua says, the wholesome pretender. Like, so to some women, that might turn them off if you're too direct initially. But then by the second or third date, then it's like, okay, they're more comfortable. It all depends. I mean, and it all depends on the guy too, because there have been certain times where I've been direct the first time, and sex was on the first night. So it's all theory at the end of the day.
All right. Shout out to Sincere Cracking Up. Shout out to you. Vision. Wait, hold on. Before you say something, there I said it. That LOL, American black men are accustomed to hearing loud, crass profanity out of the mouth of women. Jess is extremely charming. BR is struggling. What do you mean BR is struggling? What am I struggling?
I did say vag quite a few times.
I don't know what he means by I'm struggling. But shout out to you. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. All right, Vision, go ahead. You got it.
Oh, all right.
You just muted up, Vision.
Whoa. You there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Greetings, Bernard Riley. Greetings, Jessica, a game changer. First of all, congratulations you guys have grown a lot in the last year, your channel. So the space the space is changing, and the conversation continues from different dynamics. Regarding this mode 1, I don't have anything to add. So if you guys want to continue on with it, continue. I just came up because it said freestyle Fridays. What's on your mind? So I'll just wait my turn.
What is he talking about? Al Boogie says y'all going on dates without fucking. Man, how old are y'all niggas? Like, what the hell is going on here?
It's just shaming logic. I'm supposed to be ashamed of, like, oh my god, you took
wait. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying it's a shaming. I mean, I'm impervious to that. I mean, I rather
wait, back up. What happened that prompted him to say this is what I'm trying to say.
No, because when I said initially, like, if I'm direct with a woman on the first basis prior to me going on a date, and then it's like, okay, it might turn it off, and then I said by the second date to the third date, it's like, okay, I would already have smashed by that time. Like I was saying, there's a difference. Some women, you're able to, be direct up front, and they'll go along with it. Some women, you might turn them off. So he said,
I got it. Okay, now that I know why he said that, Al Boogie, you on some goofy shit for this reason right here. I guarantee you never went to Alpha Male Strategies live chat and told him, like, man, how old are you, when he talking about a 3-date rule. So that's where you just trying to go out your way to say, nah, I get it like this. I ain't like you niggas, but I mean, come on, like some dude, you take women out on dates. Now I did develop my game a little better to where taking them out on 3 or 4 dates before some sex happened, to where that became less and less. I did try to keep it to just going out for drinks and then trying to transition it to my house. But sometimes, you will end up doing multiple dates. I mean,
can I say this too as well?
That's a big deal. That's not anything to be ashamed
of. Hold on, pump the brakes. I don't know if Game Changer was trying to jump in and say something, but stop. You got to stop with the ridiculous shit. Like, damn, y'all niggas do this, y'all niggas do. I ain't like y'all because I got it. Like, come on, that's where the conversations get fake and people just get ideologically just stupid in the conversation. But
and that's what mode 1 does to a population. Because let's face it, and this isn't a direct shot at Al Boogie, but perhaps a mode 1.5 shot at him, and that is that men, generally speaking, are sexual liars, or I should say hyper exaggerators about their sex life. So when you introduce mode 1 to a population of men, there are going to be those men that say, oh yeah, I can relate to you, ARC, because I do the exact same thing. That's how and they're talking about mode 1 hardcore. They will present themselves as like, yes, that's exactly what I do. All I need to do is walk up and say this, and because that's how I get down. These other dudes are lying, even though they're lying. They will, or they're hyper exaggerating. They will present that, and that presentation is to make the other men feel self-conscious. The more honest men feel self-conscious about their mating success, and so on and so forth, and it creates a chain reaction. That's the hope of it.
Yeah, the reality is, in most cases, like, for example, I've in damn near close proximity, within the same span of a few months. Yeah, there was a woman that I assessed to be about an 8, and we had sex the day that we met, like 4 hours after we met. I didn't spend a penny on her. That happened. And 3 months later, I also can say that I got dinner whored by a woman who was barely average at best. That happened too. So this whole, oh, I got it like this, I get it like that. Like, I can brag about the times that I had sex on a chick the night we met, or women that, I just matched with on Tinder and we talked a little bit, and then what we, either she came to my house or I came to her house, and it went down. I could talk about those times and those times only and say, oh, y'all niggas taking them out on dates. But that would be fronting, because I know there are some women that I did take out on 3 dates. Some women that, it took 2 days. Some women I took out on 3 dates and ended up not getting the ass at all, and she just disappeared. Like the shit, it goes up and down. There's, you have some missteps here, you have some missteps there. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But after a while, you do sharpen your tools to where you can start to tell that, nah, this chick, she's just trying to milk this shit out. I'm about to pull back. Yeah, I took her out on one date, but she on some bullshit. I'm pulling back. Yeah, you sharpen your tools and get better over time, but just to make it seem like it's just a automatic, I'm that dude, I get it like this consistently every time. Like, nah, that's when the conversation gets goofy. But Ace and Spades in the building with a super chat says, breaking news, DMX has officially passed on. R.I.P.
R.I.P.
All right, rest in peace.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing though? So with that, someone said as long as you're not spending $100. Listen, I spend more money on haircuts than I do going on dates. I'm in my 20s. I'm in college. Like, I do have my money put together, but trust me, I'm budgeting out my money like that. My reasons for having to go on a date is because I don't want just any old woman at my house. That's my biggest thing. It's like people are like, oh damn, you ain't smashed on the first night. Like, no, nigga, you gotta vet a woman. Like, there are some weird ass women out here. Y'all be thinking everybody think it's like just men that are incels. There are some socially awkward women. There's some socially like weird women out here. You gotta really vet a person. You gotta watch their movements. So the whole idea of like, oh, you didn't smash on the first date is like, how you know I'm not vetting them to see like, do I want them at my house? I don't want them to know where I live. And it's all types of stuff. Like, it just, to me, I know Al Boogie's older than me. It's like, you kind of sound a little goofy because it's like, you're saying, oh, you're going to either pay in the end or pay later. If I bring a woman that has some mental issues, which I've met a lot, and I know a lot of girls that have mental issues, if I bring them over to the house, you don't know what it is that could be going on with them that gets you screwed over at the end, instead of saying, oh, I'm going to smash real quick because that's all you think about. But instead of just investing like $20, see how they act in public and see how they vibe with you, then it's like, okay, you gotta take your pros with your cons. That's all I'm saying. You either get screwed over in the beginning or you get screwed over in the end. But I never spent like more than $40 on a date. Like, that's all I gotta say with that.
$40.
Yeah, like I'm taking them out for like pizza or Chinese food. That's about it. That don't even cost me $25. Like I said, I never spent more than I get a haircut. So, you know.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone's promoting tricking. I mean, and here's my thing, right? When we get into just normal practices like going out for dinner with somebody, and we're just putting all of that down to tricking, I think we get down a dangerous path. We do go down a dangerous path when we start equating everything to tricking. Certain parts are just normal human interactions, normal human dynamics where you will get to know someone over dinner. And even think about, not even just in a relationship sense, but for business, right? What we do is when we have new clients that we're trying to win over, we take them out for dinner. You wine and dine them, and it's a good way to get to know each other, discuss your ideals and what you want coming out of the situation. It's just, those are normal dynamics. I don't think everything is tricking. Like a $40 dinner date is not tricking.
So I posed a question on my community tab, is paying for weed to get sex tricking? And 70% said yes, while the, of course, remaining 30 said no. And I find that very interesting, that that particular dynamic, that people will say that stuff like that is tricking. So because a lot of people who will call other men tricks do buy women weed to have sex with them. So once the net is open to them, then the definition of tricking changes. Basically, it changes to all form of financial exchange that doesn't include the form that I use.
It's like, the way I see it is like everything apart from using mouthpiece is tricking. So it does go back to sort of the game And if you're not using your mouthpiece and swag alone, then you're sort of lesser than. So trick is like a shaming word. And like I said, it gets to slippery territory,
Exactly.
in my opinion.
Exactly. And that's why, but it really highlights a lot of brothers' desire to shame others. To what end, I don't know. That's something that's really vexing to me. Like, why do you wish to shame another? Because you don't really see it on the other end. Like, by that logic, she's a whore. And but women don't do that. Women don't call other women whores for accepting a dinner date or accepting weed. Like, that's something that's uniquely Black men. And it's a very bizarre thing that holds us back.
Let
Every other
me ask
culture
you
is
this.
just normal.
Let me ask you this, game changer. We've sort of circled back into this. When it comes to a game and all of that, okay, people like MOT and Zero, I understand their logic as to why they're against game, because MOT, he feels like is teaching guys how to run back into that burning building. Zero has a grandiose idea how if men in general, or really high percentage of men, walk away, it will bankrupt the system and force women to come back to the table, get on board, even by way of possible laws changing and all of that. So he has some grandiose ideas when it comes to that walking away. So I get why they're against the game dudes. I never quite understood your position on that, because you don't speak a walk away message. Oh, Zero just confirmed he's not against. Yeah, but everything you say about them is negative.
No, I
But
think
all
he
right.
more says that it's being bastardized, but he's not against it. I
Yeah,
think if you listen to the conversations he's had, he says there's some truth, and I agree with this. There's some truth in, looking good, dressing good, being able to communicate with women. There's some truth in that, but the whole thing has been bastardized. It's got to an extreme. I think that's the thing with game.
Well, yeah. Well, let me get game. Yeah, go ahead, game changer.
Yeah, no worries. It's not necessarily game itself that I have a problem with. I often compliment AMS, on his strategies and techniques. And, I do agree with some of, and I don't know if he classifies himself as a dating coach or something like that, but I do agree with some of his last videos, Saint and Sinner. So it's really, and, shout out to Kevin Samuels, who talks about improving your scent, your wardrobe and things like that. I have no problem with these things. What's going on now is we have these new waves of pretenders, of player pretenders, who what they're doing is they're trying to shame the general population into getting into their lifestyle. And that's where you hear more talk about things like tricking, or, and if you listen to them closely, everything they do, there's always a straw man that they are attempting to shame. Like, some dudes, some niggas, some brothers, some guys, these dudes, these brothers, they're constantly looking for a group of people that they can declare as beneath them to aggrandize their persona. And their persona is, I'm something like Fonzarelli, where I snap my fingers and they drop their draws. Like that is something that I'm against, because it's causing unnecessary division between brothers, particularly brothers in the manosphere. Like, and it's just tiresome, and people see through you.
So it sounds like you're not even necessarily speaking against most of the card carrying dating coaches that are, more or less successful and been in the game for a minute. You're talking about just this new crop of of people who are a subset of the manosphere, who says we're this, they're that. I get what you're.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you look at the fashion of then why are you here would be the question as far as the manosphere goes. And the truth of the matter is, I've come here in order to criticize it and say everybody is lame but me. So you should subscribe to my channel. essentially what's going
So
on.
there are people with different motives, agendas, ideologies, but they're just here to just siphon the audience, so to
Exactly.
speak. Okay.
What's up, y'all?
It's typically a lot of that. Go ahead, Ed. Well, I don't think checkmate. Have you said something? Well, hold on before you even answer that. The RX-O in the building says, as I've said before, the shaming comes from over competitive guys who want other men to continue losing a game they can't win. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that.
Oh, and that's another thing.
The swoop. Oh, well, hold on. Well, go ahead real quick.
Okay. No, I just said that's another thing. It's not a game. Jessica described men who, do things to get the knickers. It's not a game. Like that's the whole thing is to get knickers. It's for personal sexual gratification. It's not to compete against somebody else on who's getting more gratified. Like why would you think about the next man while you're with the woman in her knickers? But it promotes
a little homoerotic, right? Game Changer's a little homoerotic, if you ask me.
Minus the erotic.
I wouldn't say that, but it's gynocentric as hell. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, it promotes a mindset that's not really healthy, because like a guy who bags 10 women a week, is staring at the guy who is bagging 15 and feeling inadequate. It's like, wait a minute. This guy is probably lying about bagging 15 for one. And for two, so what? Enjoy your 10.
Mm-hmm. The swoopy in the building with the super chat. Hold up, Ed. Any dude saying every time he steps up to bat, hits a home run is capping. Celebrities don't even smash 100% of the time. You think Trey Songz or David Beckham got every chick they wanted? Not every chick they wanted, but I did see a video on Instagram with Trey Songz. Yeah, he had a room full of Instagram models with a lot of ass. But anyway, that was about a month ago. But anyway, that's either here nor there.
A lot of that is like clout chasing. I mean, Trey Songz fell off a little bit compared to what he used to be at. Not necessarily with getting the females, but like as far as status in the the music game. And I'm not hating. It happens. People have highs and lows. Oh, yeah. It just social media. You see, it's interesting seeing that. But anyway, I can't really say it better myself as far as what Game Changer's been saying. What I will add though is just like how women compete against each other, and they have this hierarchy that they create amongst themselves. Things like pretty privilege, and they throw all the isms in there, light skin, featureism, European standards. And then what happens is they can't let those women go. But at the same time, it's this love-hate relationship. When I say let them go, if you're a dark-skinned woman, it's like staying on, beautiful dark skin. I mean, it's enough room for everybody, right? But don't take the accolades of don't say like a Kamala Harris is black and Cardi B is black, but then y'all want to tag the light skin tag on somebody else because you don't like them. See that love-hate relationship? Black men do the same thing in reverse. I basically call all of this sexual politics. And when you understand that, you understand that the majority of a lot of black people, what they say, especially in this space, whether it's pro-black, pro-hotep, pro-church, pro anything, it's all like a level of sexual politics. And what black men do, as what Game Changer was alluding to, is how black men create this magical lifestyle that they're all living, that a whole bunch of dudes just start gathering together and basically edifying, when most of the motherfuckers are not even living that lifestyle. It's an ideal that they're not even working their way towards. This is where, when Game Changer pointed out the weed thing, folks want to get mad when it's actually the same thing. It's just, weed has a clear value and it's not money, but it can be exchanged for money if you know how to do it. So like money is the same thing. So the thing that annoys me is the last thing Game Changer said was it's a waste of time. I'm tired. I don't have an issue with game. I mean, I call it social skills. Most of these niggas
hold on, y'all. I got to step away for a minute. Go ahead, Ed.
All right. Most of these niggas can talk to a bitch, but if you ask them to say, most of these niggas are lying about their ability to talk to a bitch, by the way. But let's say the ones that can, do they have the same ability to go in there and actually sell something to a dude? Do they even have the same ability to sell to females without just telling them lies they want to hear, something that'll really improve them and actually get money off of that? Most of them don't. So, and then you'll have people that talk about game. Well, game is life. I understand why people say that, but that's not applied that way. Because the only time I hear motherfuckers talking about game when it comes to a bitch. Tariq Nasheed will talk about different aspects of game, but other than that, I don't hear that. So I already know that dudes are not really on that using game as far as enhancing their quality of life. But then that's the same shit they like to tag the manosphere on by saying, well, y'all are not really helping brothers. Well, the only thing y'all really helping brothers to do is to fuck a bitch and to waste their time engaging in doing that. I'm not saying not to do it. What I'm saying is life is about more than that. Oh, you an incel. Oh, you this. Well, your entire validation as a man is predicated on what a bitch thinks of you. We've seen in this manosphere that when you think that way, all it takes is the right chick to deflate your ass. No matter how much you've accomplished, because at your core, that's what you're looking for. And women can, and I'm interested as to hearing Jessica X's response to what I'm about to say. Women can smell false confidence. And if they can't smell it immediately, as they start to get to know you and the allure of the mystery of somebody kind of gets away when they've been around you or not, they instinctively, now whether they act on it is one thing, but they instinctively start to find your Achilles heel that they can try to press on if you ever really piss them off. That's why when women get mad, you notice how they instantly know where to go. It's funny because when women used to try to throw shit at me, I can instantly see their eyes looking left and right when I do something they don't like when I really set them off. They're looking for like, what can they do to throw at me that's gonna piss me off? What are they looking for that I value? That they know I can't replace? Because they know a lot of shit I can just replace. And that's, I'm interested in hearing Jessica's thoughts on that, because a lot of these dudes think that mouthpiece will get them out of everything, and that's not really true. That's why a lot of these niggas wind up on child support and they wind up fucked up later on. But anyway, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that. If you agree with that, Jessica, what I just said, or add on to that, and then I'm gonna hop off y'all because I just wanted to add those statements. But yeah, I agree 110% with like last 5 minutes what Game Changer was saying. I didn't hear before that. That's just straight facts. That needs to be clipped the fuck out. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, please.
I definitely think that women can spot fake confidence, and you have to realize that interpersonal dynamics is what is women's, almost is like their arena, right? It's what the brain is more hardwired for with women. So yeah, women can definitely spot that.
So and to piggyback on what Edward was saying, I did a review, not a review, but for movie night last night, I did the movie The Last Dragon. And this is an old movie, so some of you younger guys, like the brother in the bottom right, probably haven't seen it because it came out before you were born.
I know. I'm not the meanest. Yeah, I'm not the baddest. Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, sure enough. Yeah, so it's a classic. Yeah, it's an oldie but goodie. It's a classic. But and one of the reasons why I brought it up for a movie night was because here you have Bruce Leroy and Vanity, who is 80s fine, and she was attracted to more his discipline and his willingness to be himself, and his little brother, he was the mouthpiece dude. He was like, nah, I'm gonna get her with my moves, my mouthpiece. That's my woman, and blah blah blah. And it created like this tension between the two. Like, how can she get with this cornball who eats popcorn with chopsticks and things like that? It's like, because he is, as Jessica said in the past, he's more of a what do I want person versus what does she want person. And the people who are focused on what does she want, tend to fall down a rabbit hole of mediocrity. And then they later in life find out that women just don't want mediocre men. They want that kung fu master that whoops show enough's ass. Like, that's what they really want. And
I have a theory though, Game Changer.
Go for it.
I was gonna say, you sure that wasn't it? Because I remember that Bruce Leroy, he had that like yellow glow, so that could have been like the select glow. And sure enough, could have had the Dom Game Division glow that was red. It's got like a lot of masculine energy. I don't know. Maybe that's also a theory as well. Just putting it out there.
No, that's true. That could be the game glow. That could be the game glow. But I mean, notice he was more focused on himself and his purpose more than anything. He met Vanity on occasion. He went to her house and to her place. He's like, "Hey, where's that belt buckle thing that I lost? And I gotta go." I got to meet the master. I got to get this glow. He's more focused on that. And she was more focused on him. Now that's just true. Like that's something that's more effective to women than other things, than this overt, I'm trying to get your draws, look at me dance. Because the guy was literally, his little brother was literally dancing like a monkey. Just saying. So go for it.
I was gonna say, question for anybody in the chat: how long did you think Bruce Leroy had to practice semen retention to get that yellow glow?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I had to say. I was just teasing. I'm just joking around.
but I haven't seen that in so long that my memory of it is I gotta rewatch it. I haven't seen it in years. That's I'll normally go back and rewatch all the classics as an adult, but for whatever reason, I didn't go back and rewatch that one. But Calvin Rogers in the building with the super chat. He says, "Good afternoon to the chat room and salute. Good afternoon to the panel. Peace and blessings to you, Bernard Really."
So to answer your question from before,
that's not how I spell it. But anyway, go ahead.
So
shout out to Ike in the chat, came through, said where the weed at. Shout out to Ike.
He spelled it the Irish way.
I know. That's why I said really, because that's how they spell it to me. But anyway, all right.
No, to re-answer the question that you were asking before about, why does it bother me? Once again, AMS, no problems. And really anybody who focus on, improving yourself, focus more on that than the women, and understand that women is likely to be a eventual byproduct of that. I have no problem with that. But, the ones who say, do a overabundance of what women say that they like, you're leading men down a very bad path, and you're exaggerating the success of going down that path.
Can I piggyback onto what Game Changer was real quick? I just want to say, like, my whole thing about this whole thing is, like, it's more so the validation, and I feel like a lot of men in this space are projecting like their Oedipus. I don't know how to pronounce. I always forget how to pronounce it. But their Oedipus like complex of, okay, who gets the most woman, meaning who gets the most validation, and it goes back to when Obsidian talk about the mama thing. Like we're always pontificating who is like, it's almost like a Black Panther thing. Like who can have the crown of vagina, like who's the master of vagina. Like, to me, I feel as though if you're trying to be meanwhile, like, for example, in other races, like, people are trying to become the next Sergey Brin, people are trying to become the next Warren Buffett, people are trying to become the next Bezos. Once you're trying to develop to a level where you've mastered your field and you master your craft, and it's what goes back to what Man of Tomorrow would say, like, it doesn't matter if you're select or not. Like, women are not going to be an issue, because it's going to be a byproduct of what you've already accomplished in life. That's part of being a man. It's not about with the whole mouthpiece thing is whatnot. What you're going to notice when you're starting to develop your craft and your skills is, like, women are going to be natural. Come like, hey, it's whatever. That's my thing.
Yeah, but yeah, that's not going to be. Oh, my bad.
Oh no, I was just agreeing. Go ahead.
Now, I was going to say, a lot of the time when you go to certain channels, they're not going to speak about your accomplishments or you making progress in your life, because you're not allowed to use your accomplishments or where you've got in life as a means to get women. And I say that because a lot of when it comes to the whole trick thing, for me, it seems as though it's a way to equalize the playing field. And I see women do this as well. Women try and down other women to equalize the playing field and increase their value. With game, when you have like this whole trick shaming, or you're using your career or your job or whatever to get women, your money to get women, they're trying to stop that, because then it puts you on an even playing field. If the only thing that you can use to get women is the mouthpiece or the swag, then guess what? We're all on an even playing field. You don't have the advantage anymore. So I'm going to disincentivize you any way I can for you not to use your status or your money to get women, because that means that I have more chance. But if I'm a guy
But this is where it gets weird, and I'm sure Game Changer can understand exactly what I'm saying. Okay, Game Changer. is your channel about getting women? Yes, you talk about women. You talk about the social dynamics of male and female, the effects that feminism or the overall just gynocentric thought process has had on society and relationships as a whole. But your channel isn't about how do I get my dick in a pussy like that. Your channel isn't about that. I would say Zero's channel isn't about that. My channel isn't about that. Fantastic's channel isn't about that. MOT's channel isn't about that. I can just go down. Edward Anderson's channel isn't about that. Nobody's channel is about that. So it does seem like there's certain channels that counter argument this space with with arguing that no, this is what you got to do to get the pussy.
It's
like,
exactly.
Who are you countering? Nobody is putting out their shingles saying this is how you get the pussy. Now, Obsidian can be guilty of that, and that's why I've always said there are entire channels and turning into entire spheres in this space that are made and exist to counter some shit that Obsidian said on the Echo Box. Like, that's what's happening a lot of the times. But it's almost like, what are they even countering? I mean, it's almost like if you have a dating criteria, not a criteria, but a process, then hey, just put out your process, say what you got to say, do your content, do it well, and that's that. But it's like, what are they countering? Because none of the channels that I look at in this space that amount to channels that they would say, oh, these guys do this, or these guys think like this, or these guys operate like that. These guys are not making channels about their inability to get pussy. Now, Obsidian
or our ability to get it
or inability to get it.
Right.
Now, yeah, we will have some locker room talk and we will talk about pussy, but our channels are not about our ability to get it or inability to get it. Obsidian is the only one that they probably could brand with that, and that's why I'm kind of like, a lot of what they're doing is really a counter to a lot of Obsidian's thought process, but just not an overall counter to the sphere. So it's almost like a misplaced counter argument, it seems. I don't know. I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
And that goes back to what I was saying about, just othering everybody and being in constant competition, with people. And, and also goes back to what I was saying, just an attempt to take subscribers. I mean, you just kind of like, and you have to, because I didn't understand the mindset, to be perfectly honest with you. Well, I mean, I remember it from when I was young, and to Jessica's point, when you're in high school, everybody's pretty much on the same tier. There isn't much social economic status going on there because everybody's getting, whatever their parents give them. So, it would make more sense then because you're not downing somebody's success. But, a 25-year-old, two 25-year-olds would be on completely different socioeconomic scales in modern times. So, a man would, that's just going to be a factor in his mating life, whether they like it or not. But what it stems from, to answer your question, Bernard, is the othering of men. When you are of this game mindset, you walk into a room or a situation and you immediately start ranking men by how much pussy they claim to get. And you want to be at the top of this. So you immediately try to down other men by saying, oh, y'all do not get any pussy. Y'all bitch broke. Some dudes, these dudes, blah, blah, blah. You see people as competitors in a game that they're not even playing all the time, which means that you find it very difficult to collaborate and work with other men because you see them as competition for one, unless they're on a particular mindset that you're trying to create. But yeah, I agree. It's very bizarre. I've been accused of misusing my name, even though I never really talk about, game that way, and I did say several times that, this is in regards to my relationship in the video game industry, nothing else, like, it has nothing to do with charismatic game or whatever you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Checkmate, you can go ahead and speak, man. I don't know if you even said a whole lot.
No,
so go ahead, you got it.
No, I didn't say anything at all yet. But
you got it, man.
Back to this Mode 1 thing. What I want to say is, I don't think the mode 1 effect will be, as prevalent or work as good today during the social media age, because sex is everywhere. You see sex on Facebook, Instagram, OnlyFans. So what shock value are you providing a woman when you be upfront with her and tell her that you want sex? Women already know what time it is. They know the guy wants sex. As Game Changer said earlier, the only women that'll be down for it are the reciprocators. Shout out to ARC. But other than that, I'll argue mode 1 is a waste of time, because the vast majority of men aren't going to pick up women using mode 1. It's not going to happen, because sex is everywhere. Women already know what the guy wants.
What do you mean by sex is everywhere? Like, I kind of understand where you're going with that, but when I was single and I was out there, yes, sex was everywhere, but I still had to roll up my sleeves and get out there and pursue it. It's pretty time consuming, but and sometimes it would be, some hot streaks where, man, I'm knocking them down now, but then it would be, long droughts. So even though sex is everywhere, go ahead.
Well, women know. I ain't gonna say no. Women already figure in their head, okay, when a guy approaches them, I heard many women say it themselves, okay, what does he want? And most women, I'm gonna say most women is gonna assume, hey, this guy wants some booty. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, I think people are overthinking this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, I think mode 2 is more realistic for most men, and I think most women prefer a guy to be mode 2, because I believe you will turn a lot of women off if you that direct with the woman in the first 10, 15 minutes of meeting her. Because
I agree.
Because when you approach a woman and you talk about, hey, I'm trying to fuck, she automatically gonna think you ain't shit. You ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, that's what he's about.
Unless you want to fuck you.
yeah, but how many women are down, to do that automatically? The majority of them won't be. Just because a woman wants to fuck you don't mean that's all she wants from you. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of women will try to get more from you than just the sex, even if they know they want to fuck you. So I think mode 1, as I heard some people say, you're leaving quote unquote pussy on the table, because I think you're overplaying your hand when you be that direct with a woman that soon.
I agree. It goes back to the thing of not what you say is how you say it. And like I said, that doesn't mean you have to be passive. I feel like in a way, like mode 1 is in it as an outlier in certain respects, and then being passive is going to the other extreme. I think you just got to find your sweet spot as a man individually. That's
because I have a close friend. I have a close friend, and I love her, but hey, she a hoe. She a hoe, and even she was turned off by a guy that was mode 1 of her. You know what I'm saying? Because one day we was up in a club, and she was sort of attracted to him. But then once the guy came, hey, I'm just trying to come over. I'm trying to get my my fuck on, all this other shit. It turned her off. She's like, get away from me. She's like, get away from me. It would turn a lot of women off when a guy's that aggressive towards her like that, even if he has that interest towards you.
Well, a lot of that comes down to the overall level of smoothness of the guy. And I'll admit, I didn't have that type of smoothness to just take it that quick. I mean, there were some women that I did have some sex with relatively soon into meeting them, but it sort of just happened. Some guys are better at that. Maybe had he not included, I'm just trying to get my fuck on, he probably would have had a better chance at it. But I think it varies from guy to guy, situation to situation. In my experience, I'll just speak from my experience. You really got to read the situation, read the interaction, and you could possibly, if it looks and feels like it's going there, is moving there, yes, you can try to get go to my place or go to your place type of conversation going. But it's a read in the room thing. But it's a coming straight out across the board, just going right for it. I can't do that, but I can see how there are some guys who just a silver tongued devil, as they say, to where they can do that at a fairly at a much higher percentage rate than I can. I can understand that. So when I say it, I understand that it doesn't work for me. That just wasn't my game. That's
but what
I'll
do you?
say that.
Hold
on, go ahead, Game Changer. Hold on, Game Changer. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So Bernard, what you described is what Saint in the Center calls a reconnaissance, which is what every man does. Like, you know, you do check the temperature of a woman, you know, and perhaps you determine at that point that mode 1 is necessary. But that's what Saint in the Center was saying was reconnaissance.
You want to know what's funny? I remember ARC said he has like a Terminator level ability at, you know, you've seen the Terminator movies, how Terminator will look at somebody and analyze all their vitals and like he said he has a Terminator cyborg level ability of reading people and reading a woman to where he could do it. And some people, my brother was extremely good at reading people like that. My brother used to say stuff that used to sound like some pimp type stuff, where he just was talking crazy. Because I actually hear Rosebud saying this. I heard Rosebud say something similar to this. My brother used to say, "I just need to look her in her eyes for 5 seconds, 3 to 5 seconds, and I know everything I need to know about her." I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about?" But my brother, he used to mold. We didn't know what mode 1 was. My brother called it going 0 for 100, and it was a numbers game. You know, he was out of these women in the room, at least one of them was ready to leave and go have sex with me. And he was willing to go 0 for 100 to find out. We're talking
about manipulative time wasters. Isn't that a waste of time?
Whose time?
The person who's asking 100 women out, getting rejected 99 times.
Well, the idea, just the way he described it, he was willing to do that if need be. He normally didn't take that many, but he was good. That's all I'm saying, is he was good at reading women and knowing what to say, how to say it, when to say it. So I can see how some people are good at that. That's how some people can be. This is a rare thing. I know everybody didn't experience this. I got to know a guy who everybody called Prophet. He was a preacher, and everybody referred to him as a prophet because he used to prophesy on people, and he was kind of good at it. He was just real good at reading people, and he was a bullshitter, no doubt about it. He was a bullshitter, but he was good at reading people. Like, some people just have a natural knack for just, I don't know. They're just a people person on steroids. They're just good at it. Like, some people just are naturals. They just good at that shit, and they could morph it into a potential business. They can swindle people. They can convince people to do stuff that they otherwise wasn't going to do. I always use the car sales example, how your job as a car salesman is to take that person who walked on that lot and said, "Nah, I'm just looking." Your job is to mind fuck that person into making a $50,000 purchase. So, and if you can't do that effectively, you can't keep your job, because it's easy to sell the person who walked up saying, "Hey, I'm coming in here to buy a 2020 Nissan Altima," and there's a 2020 Nissan Altima. Only thing that matters is that you got the color that I want. You know, but that person who's just literally got their guard up saying they just looking, you got to mind fuck that person into making a purchase. And it does take some skills, some sales ability to do that. And a lot of that is just knowing how to read people and connect with people and doing it quickly. Yeah, so I can see how some people have a natural knack for that. And that's why I say the hardcore part of game is some shit that you really can't teach. And that's why when they start trying to explain it, some people, they sound like they're talking in vague word salad, not really saying nothing, because a lot of that shit is hard to explain. That's why I talk about how Lucario, he will give some good practical do's and don'ts. And somebody who don't have that next level cyborg ability to read people can learn some do's and don'ts and just follow little certain stuff like that. So when you're going back to, I think either Checkmate or Azrael, one of them was saying something along the lines of walking up to a woman and knowing what to say, or then a segue to me talking about gathering intel. And then you mentioned how Satan the Center was saying that, yeah, gather the intel, gather the data. Some people are better at gathering that data fast and getting it down to a probability and going in for the kill a lot sooner. I think
10 minutes? In 10 minutes?
5 to 10 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. So yeah,
I don't know.
I understand that you're saying you don't know, because I mean, it's something that you can't teach. My brother
No, do
couldn't
you know
teach me that
what?
shit.
I can meet a person and within a few minutes, I can sort of work them out. That's intuition. You can't teach intuition, and I couldn't teach somebody else how to do that. That's something that just comes to me naturally. I can't tell somebody else how that goes, how that works. And you can give them little signs, but then a lot of the time people go left with that. It's sort of like psychology, and then it's like, oh my gosh, they just scratched their nose, they're lying. When people who get really into psychology, you can't teach some of this stuff. So yeah, you will have some people that have that natural ability, but most people don't have that. And part of mode 1 is sort of being able to read the room and read the person. There was a guy I saw that was in another chat room, and he tried mode 1, and what he did was he went up to a woman and he said, do you want to come out to the car and suck my dick? And he was shocked that it didn't work.
Hold on, wait. Somebody sent me a video. It's called "Pranking Women. Can We Have Sex?" I think this is a video.
I know what you're talking about.
I put that on my community tab, or I shared it with everybody.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and play that. I'm gonna go ahead and play that video,
okay.
And we're gonna see what happens here. Hold on.
So he just like mode one to everyone as a joke.
Yeah.
What was video mode?
Hold on, wait, real quick. Ace and Spades just said, I want Game Changer to respond to this. Ace and Spades just said, y'all are confusing mode 1 with mode 1 hardcore. Go ahead and break that down the way that you just to the way that you explained it earlier. Game Changer, because you did a good job making that distinction.
No, exactly. I don't really want to make the distinction.
Well, not a distinction, but you explained how hardcore is the sales and the sales and the brand aspect of it, but then when they come in, you say that it teaches them mode 1.5, which is a really close cousin of mode 2.
Exactly.
Something like that. Yeah.
Exactly. So basically, Ace of Spades, what you're doing, because you didn't hear the whole thing. You didn't hear the whole commentary on mode 1. However, you made that assertion. And so you really don't have enough evidence to know that we are confusing mode 1 hardcore with mode 1. However, you made that knee-jerk defense of it because it's a commonly used defense by not only ARC, all of his acolytes like yourself. So you're basically just using the whole not all argument, or white women do it too. It's basically just a knee-jerk defense mechanism that triggered you. But without even knowing if we were making that confusion, you use that defense. It's the only one that you have. And, and check out the video from earlier. I already debunked that. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put the burden on you, and you tell us from what you've heard or what you claim you've heard thus far, how have we made that confusion? What have we said about mode 1 that doesn't apply to mode 1 or mode 1.5, that only applies to atomic mode 1? Let's do that. And you could do the same thing with Saint in the Center's video. Everything he said about about mode 1 applies to all forms of mode 1.
Yeah, mode 1 hardcore, and mode 1.5. It's pretty much the same thing. The only difference is the language you use. Mode 1 hardcore is when you use X-rated language. Mode 1 is when you use, just regular language. Hey, tell her you want to have sex. No, I'm sorry. That's mode 1.5. Mode 1 is it's a little bit more vulgar, but it's still not as it's still not as nasty as hardcore.
Well, yeah.
So, how many terabytes does it have?
Well, levels of vulgarity aside, the different modes really doesn't. Okay, how can I say this? Everything Saint in the Center said about it, it doesn't leave any room for reconnaissance. Like you could go down a list of all the critiques. It applies to all of mode 1. It applies to each and every single facet of mode 1. So it's like, but then the defense was you're confusing mode 1 hardcore with mode 1 with mode 1. It's like, no, that's just your common defense. Everything he said about mode 1 applies to all of mode ones.
Can I ask him a question? Have you ever went mode 1 Ultra Instinct?
What is Ultra Instinct?
Well, I mean, apparently, so according to ARC, Ultra Instinct is a term where it's kind of like the glow on whatchamacallit, where you don't have to think about an action, you just act because it comes so naturally, which is what ARC is. Like, he is in natural Ultra Instinct mode.
Okay, yeah.
He looks at a person and reads them, and he's a master at verbal seduction and things like that. So if all of those things is true, then, you know, anything you do would work for you because you're a master of all these things. But, you know, I mean, it's kind of like a kung fu or a mixed martial arts master telling somebody, you know, what to do after you kick a person's ass. It's like, wait, we're missing a step here. Like, wouldn't you teach me how to become a verbal seduction master and a read a woman master before you actually teach me what to do as a master of such things?
That's a good point. It's almost like, the verbal seduction skill course needs to be first before the mode 1. I got you. Yeah.
And the reading, if a woman would be receptive to mode 1 course, should definitely come before that.
I got you. Okay, Brilliance. Hold on. We got to get to this video, but Brilliance in the building on the super chat. He says, I'll never let a woman get used to me, with the devil emoji. Shout out to you. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. I'm about to get used to this video now. For the sake of ARC, because we've been talking about ARC for a minute here, we're going to say that this guy, I haven't seen the video, but we're going to say that he was being direct. I'm not going to say he was being mode 1. I'm going to just say he was being direct, because I don't want to put his botched attempt on ARC's brand. I am conscious that somebody having a brand. I'll throw ARC that zone right there. Malcolm Luther X the Third says any mode after 1 is pushing the goalpost to justify mode 1. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. I want to
ask the question. Hypothetically, if mode 1 was a ring, which ring would you use to rule them all and to rule Middle Earth? Go.
The time ring. I would use the.
Which ring would you use to bind them all to defeat Sauron? Mode 0.
Oh, my mistake. Thought you were talking about Thanos rings.
Those are the mode. Those are the mode
gems.
Yeah,
they go on the fingers.
Infinity. That's the infinity mode. Infinity mode. That's it.
Yeah. But Bernard, I want to point out that you said that you are not responsible for the failed attempt, even though you haven't seen it. You know that crap fails. Just
but he fails.
You say you haven't seen it, but you know it failed. You know that. You know something like that is gonna.
I didn't even realize that. I just assumed it was about to be an epic fail.
Of course, because just play it.
He kind of looks like Tommy.
What?
Really?
Is it just me? He looks like Tommy Sotomayor.
I don't get that.
Not
okay. Maybe it's
only,
just me.
only I could almost see it in the eyes and eyes only.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's your half white side coming out. All black people look alike. You're trying to say all dark skinned black men look alike. That's all that is. All right. Ace and Spades says, oh wait, I already read that one, or did I? Mode 1 hardcore is letting women know your sexual intention, specifically towards casual sex, within 2 to 3 minutes, usually using X-rated candor. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. All right, we got to roll the not so beautiful bean footage.
So last week I made a video about how lying to a bitch is necessary in order to get some pussy. And as I was reading through the comments and shit, I saw one comment in particular that really touched my motherfucking heart. Fact. Only fuckboys gotta lie to get sex. Period. There are so many women who are willing to have consensual sex without the promise of a relationship. But see, guys don't know that because they're too busy lying. Hashtag, you ain't gotta lie, Craig. Honesty will get you further. Try it. You know what, bitch? I will. So today, I'm over here at Towson Mall so I can test out your little theory. Any girl that I see that I would love to fuck, I'm gonna tell her. Let's see how far my honesty gets me.
This should be good.
Hey, excuse me. Hi, I saw you back there. I just wanted to let you know that I thought you were cute and you're welcome. I would really like to fuck you, I'm just being honest. So I didn't know.
What?
But
Come again. Come again.
Excuse me.
Why didn't he keep that? Damn it.
No, he's going to go back to it. He's going to go back to it.
Okay. Now, first off, I already see one mistake. He don't got a bag of weed. That's the first mistake. He needs the bag of weed. If he just had a bag of weed in his hand, he would be solid right now. All right. Shout out to Kuda. Shout out to Kuda.
Hi. So that's why I thought I could just come to you and be honest and let you know that I thought you were cute and I would really like to fuck you. If that was...
Ooh. Did she push him?
See that? That's blood, my nigga. I thought this honesty shit was supposed to get me some pussy. I'm out here slapboxing with bitches. I would really like to fuck you. And I don't even mean to be offensive or nothing. I just want to have sex with you.
Are you serious? Is that how you talk to females?
I mean, I usually lie to them, but I'm trying this whole honesty thing out. So, is that no? I don't know, bro. This telling the truth shit ain't looking too good, ladies. Hi.
Hi.
Mind if I sit?
Why?
Well, because I just wanted to let you know that I thought you were cute, and I would really like to fuck you.
What?
I'm just being honest because because I'm trying this whole honesty thing out, and
that
usually
is rude and disrespectful.
So what should I have said to you?
Not that.
So lie, like ask your name and all that other shit.
Asking my name is not lying.
Well, it is if I really don't care to know.
Go fuck yourself. Bye.
So next time, lie. Okay. Okay, I'm done. So as you can see, fuck this honesty shit. This is why lying to you is necessary, ladies, because if I come up to you and tell you exactly what's on my mind, this shit don't get me nowhere. Fellas, repost this video so these hoes can see the truth, and to the one shorty in the comment section who made all this shit possible. Myth busted. Bitch.
All right. Who is this dude? Do he got an actual YouTube channel, or was this clip from Instagram?
Nah. Apparently, it's pretty popular, but it was before I joined. But this is an old video.
Oh, 2014.
Yeah. So this was before, I heard of, ARC or anything like that. But like it seemed like this been debunked before, like a long time ago, as like, what the hell?
That was pretty good. I was vastly entertained by that.
You see, and that's why I don't get all this whole seduction talk. You know what I'm saying? It's like a girl, she don't even know you, and you trying to seduce her. Like women don't even think like, most women ain't on that level yet to like talk with you like that. You got to get to know her first at least. Then you start a seduction. You can't just go up to some random chick in the first 10, 15 minutes. It's about you want to fuck. And you think you're gonna get somewhere with that? I mean, that shit. I mean, that's just comic book bullshit.
And the most interesting thing was the first one.
That's because you don't got the mouthpiece, checkmate.
Well, I guess not.
Hold on, real quick. I forgot to say fair use, and here's the link. If anybody wants to go subscribe to him, in all fairness, I should do that. Even though he really don't need my help. I think he got like 800,000 subs, whoever the hell he is.
Yeah.
But there's a link if y'all want to go subscribe to the dude. But all right, go ahead.
No, the first one and the one with the striped dress, they were actually open to him. Like Mode 2 had a strong possibility with those two at least. Maybe even a third one. It doesn't seem like he had much of a chance with the white girl, but Mode 2 seemed like he had a far, far better chance than with those chicks. But You know, he's like, "Hey, can I talk to you?" It's like, "Yeah." He's like, I just want to say that you're real pretty. Like they were listening, they were receptive.
Right. That's true.
They wasn't rude. None of them was rude at first. You know what I'm saying? So he could have got further. I'm gonna put a bet that he would have got at least one of them in bed if he used Mode 2.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. But you know, you see what that first.
I mean, women will look at you like you crazy. Like you crazy. Like what? Like what?
And they will literally apparently
lovely weather we're having. You mind if I fuck you?
Well, do you really care about the weather? Because if not, you're being Mode 2. Like
that is true. Actually, Mode 3.
Yeah, Mode 3. Yeah,
because you're not telling the woman what they really want, what you really want. You're just talking about the weather.
So that's but the thing is that they were receptive to Mode 2. I'm telling you, Mode 2 seems to be the most practical.
Yeah. It was an interesting video. See, the thing about bringing up sex early into the conversation, the only way, and this is just my experience, the only way that it can happen is, let's just say, if a good conversation is being had and a good vibe is happening, and you know how somebody could say something to where they kind of stumble into it, so to speak. Like I can't even think of an example right now, but y'all can use your imagination and think of an example where something was said and she kind of set herself up she kind of set you up for a perfect sexual comeback to what she said, and then it could go from there. But just coming right out the gate, or even 3 minutes in, if there was nothing that really prompted it, it turns into a hard situation to actually try to pull that off. Something can be said about being direct about intentions, but early on, 3 to 5 minutes in the conversation, talking, that is difficult. It's difficult. I'll leave it
generally
there.
I say generally, for the most part, Mode 1 is for like pro ballers, niggas in the NBA making millions of dollars that got fame. Hey, now they can approach a lot of chicks like that, and chicks be down. But some regular cat, you know what I'm saying, with some average job, and they don't know who you are. Shit, good luck.
Or I agree, checkmate. Or a local equivalent, meaning that you're captain of football, basketball, or something like that.
Right.
You're somebody. You're just that dude in a local setting, a high school, or you're top fraternity dude at a college or something like that. I get it, because that's a celebrity in that localized setting. So you don't really it works there, but it doesn't. Like tried in a mall, and we seen what happened.
So you're telling me that if I don't use smooth, seductive wordplay and be explicit about my intentions on the first time, it's not going to work?
Well, okay, ARC never said it won't work. He never said Mode 1. I mean, let's not misrepresent him.
But Game Changer represented an outlier.
The point is worth being made. He's not saying that if you don't use Mode 1, it won't work. He's acknowledged being indirect does work. He just says he speaks to the advantages of being direct.
Shoot, actually, actually a few days ago, I was watching one of ARC's videos on his channel, and he admitted that one of his clients started feeling depressed because he was using this Mode 1 method on women, and he got rejected like 15 straight times. And he was telling ARC, hey, I'm starting to, feel depressed. He started losing confidence in himself. He started getting down. I mean, that's what comes when you try to use this Mode 1 approach in 2021. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get your feelings hurt.
There's never going to be an approach that's for everyone that's going to work 100% of the time, though. That's what people need to realize. There is no 100% guaranteed way to get sex.
We know that.
No one is claiming 100%, Jessica, but we can agree that some methods are more effective than others, and we can also agree that on the video that Bernard just played, it seemed like this method was 0% effective for him, where other methods would be at least 75%, maybe even 100 out of the 4 girls. So yeah.
No, even like, okay, so 15 times, is there something that is 85% effective?
Okay.
There's
Okay.
nowhere
There's
really.
a maximum effective method out there that every man wants to find, whether it's 59, whether it's anything. Like, I mean, there is a maximum method that guys want. Now, because women are different, you maximize your effectiveness by learning the women and behaving accordingly, you know. However, this method I would argue, is highly ineffective. It's less effective than the method that whatever it was you were using before. You know, if I were to walk up to a woman and say, you know, hey, did you know that my cat's breath smell like cat food? It would probably be more effective than this, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I get you. My point was that, like, again, I don't think mode 1 is for everyone. I don't. But then don't feel depressed or get down like Checkmate's friend if something
Not my
doesn't
friend.
work.
No, no,
There
no, no,
is
no, no.
That was one of
there is nothing.
ARC's. That was one of ARC's
Oh,
clients,
okay.
according to what Checkmate said. I didn't see the video, but according to what Checkmate said, one of ARC's clients said he was getting depressed because he's, I guess, tried it on 15 women and got rejected 15 times. Getting rejected,
Yeah.
15 times. I mean, that's really not even a lot. I mean, tell you the truth, but you know, that's,
Exactly.
Yeah, my thing was don't get down over that because there
who are
is
you
nothing
telling
that
not to
is
get down?
100% effective. ARC's client, the
I don't
person that
think
got
he's.
depressed and
Oh, okay,
upset
yeah, I
because,
don't.
Yeah.
yeah.
Just tell them, cheer up, mate. Things will get better.
Cheer up, mate.
Yeah.
Keep your chin up.
Well, I just don't want fellas turning maybes into no's, which is, you know,
Yeah.
don't do
Yeah. No, I understand you completely on that one, and that was why I wouldn't be too direct too soon. But eventually, you do got to be direct because where ARC is absolutely right about is a chick who was just bullshitting me, and I was taking too long to just cut it right to the chase, and then she milked out whatever she wanted out of the situation. And as soon as I did, put it on the wood, so to speak, she just disappeared.
But you
So
can, but
that
you can find, but I mean, you can find a woman that's on bullshit through mode 2 if you understand women. You don't need mode 1 to find out if a woman's full of bullshit or not.
yeah, but mode 1 is the most effective way or being direct is the most effective way to figure out where you're at that moment with that woman. It is
Well,
the most effective way.
not really, because according to that video we just watched, we don't know where he could have got with those women.
No.
If he
I
was more,
said the most effective way to see where you're at that moment with that woman. Where he was at with those women was not at the stage of going to have sex. The situation that I was describing, I had been around that woman enough times to where I felt like, yeah, we should be having sex. She had been to my house multiple times. She had been to my house at night. She was bullshitting me. she was just outright bullshitting me. So yeah, when I got direct, it basically eliminated her. She just disappeared, and that was that. So being direct does prevent you from dragging out a situation, wasting time with somebody who is being a manipulative time waster. That part can't be really debated. Now, you are right when you say that, yes, if you're perceptive and you're paying attention, you could figure out early on. I mean, you could figure out earlier if she's on some bullshit, but the best way to do it is just to put it on the wood. But if you put it on the wood too early, it goes back to what Game Changer said, you're turning a maybe into a no too early. Me and her had got past the maybe stage that went on for so long to where the cost benefit analysis was not looking good for me to just continue on in maybe zone. So yeah, that's how that typically works.
So, do you think that the guy that that got the 15 rejections, do you think is any consolation? Somebody coming along and saying, "Yeah, but look at how much time you saved."
Right.
Nah. Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I think he would have rather. Let's just say if of those 15 women, let's just say if 5 of them was a maybe, and he would have spent some time with 5 of those women, and 4 of them it went nowhere, and 1 of them it ended up being some sex. I think he would have been like, all right, that's cool. I got 10 rejections. I got 4 women who I spent some time with, but it didn't go nowhere. But 1 of them I got some pussy from. I think he would be happy with that versus 15 outright rejections immediately. Yeah.
Okay. Just saying. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I can't
And
argue with that. I can't argue with that. And I rock with ARC, but I do understand for some people in most situations, or some people in some situations, I won't even try to put a percentage on it, but for some people in some situations, yeah, that mode one is a difficult task. Is a difficult task.
and
I
some
was going to
women,
say, what do you guys make of archetypes, like the four archetypes of women? Because I think those are pretty accurate. Like, you know, the manipulative time waster, the wholesome pretender, that section. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're
I
talking
agree
about.
with that.
I don't know all five,
I
but
agree with that.
I will say manipulative time wasters are most troublesome. I didn't find those until later in life. I didn't find those until I was online dating initially, and I'm talking about back in the Black Planet days, where I noticed that women like that are online more than anything. Like they're exceptionally attractive. However, they live in Detroit or something like that, and I live in California. Like they know that they could find a guy like myself locally, but they're doing it because they know I'm not gonna take a flight anytime soon,
String
so
you
they
along
can,
more as well.
yeah, exactly, extract as much conversation as possible. But in a in a local interaction, it's like, listen, the time is going to come relatively quickly. Put up or shut up. Like you can't string a person along. Like, hey, how come you haven't fucked me yet? Will come up immediately if we're seeing each other regularly. So manipulative time wasters exist more online than they do in real life, but they do exist.
Well, if you're being too indirect for too long, then she can string that along longer.
Yeah. That's not my personality. That's not my personality. Yeah, but yeah, I see what you mean. Like if a person they need an excuse in order to answer the question, hey, how come we haven't fucked yet? Like they would need an excuse if they're local, but if they're in a distance, then
That's what I was going to say, because with GC's example, even if you're direct, she's going to be like, well, I can't come over and see you because I'm in Detroit and you're in California. I
Exactly.
can't get over there. So there's always going to be an excuse. And that's why it's manipulative, because on the surface of it, you might just buy it because it's plausible, it can make sense. But that's what she uses to keep stringing somebody along. And that's why they probably would gravitate online, because it's easier to have those excuses online as opposed to in person. But it happens in person too. It happens in person where I think those people are just looking for company with no intention of following through.
True.
I think that's the lonely ones.
And
Ace of Spades
also,
has got a good. Oh, go ahead real quick. Then we answer Ace of Spades question.
It is fair to say that men get lonely too. So not every situation. So like a manipulative time waster could just come across a guy who wants to hear a woman's voice. And they're actually happy together, even though someone who's highly successful with getting sex from a woman would see this as a failed relationship. He might see it as a successful friendship. But so sometimes these are just mislabeled. But because think about it, like guys do, or I shouldn't say do, but they used to call what was called 976 numbers back in the day. Which was a number that you pay and you talk to a woman. So because that meant, or actually, I guess the modern equivalent would be OnlyFans. So yeah, I guess, a manipulative time waster could be looked at as a free OnlyFans person, if you're talking face to face. I don't know. But I don't think every guy is unhappy with the situation, though he would be happier if he was actually having sex with her. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Ace in Spades says, if you acknowledge there are manipulative time wasters, then why would you advocate being mode 2? My answer to that question is as simple as this. I believe in being direct, just not in the first 5 minutes. So so there it is right there. If a woman is going to waste my time, I'm going to put a cap on how much of it she can waste. There it is.
And here's the thing, there are 5 archetypes of women, so that means that the other 4 archetypes are not manipulative time wasters. And so if you're approaching them on mode 1, you're going to miss out on the majority of women. So no, you wouldn't just go straight in and be mode 1 with every woman, even if there are manipulative time wasters out there.
Okay, so then that's the case. How can you just how can you tell the difference between a manipulative time waster if she didn't give in to your sexual desires? But then,
Because
she's not a manipulative time waster if she didn't give in to it. She just you put it on the wood, you asked a direct question, and she said no. That would mean she's a rejecter.
Right. I got that.
And she can't waste your time once you've said exactly what you want. So she's either an acceptor or reciprocator, means you said, hey, I want to have sex, and she agreed she want to have sex, or she's a rejecter who said no, or she's a manipulative time waster who you've eyed out that she's a manipulative time waster, or you've eliminated that by putting it on the wood. In erotic hypocrite, I can't even verbalize where that one would come in, because the erotic hypocrite and the manipulative time waster, they're like close cousins in my eyes. They kind of do a very similar thing.
But
is the erotic hypocrite the one that is like very sexual up front but then doesn't perform?
Opposite.
Right.
The opposite.
Okay.
She's sexual. She performs. She just pretends like she doesn't.
Okay.
But a manipulative time waster can ultimately do the same thing. That's why I say they close cousins, as far as I could tell.
Yeah, I know. See, that's where I was getting at. Wouldn't the one that's faking the funk like she ain't like that be a manipulative time waster until she gives the guy sex? So I mean, how can you?
No, but the manipulative time, she's never going to give you sex. It's like
I
me
know.
speaking to you for months. The reason that you can tell is because even if you're mode 2, you're still putting your intentions and you're still working towards your intentions, just not in a very extreme direct way. So even if you're using mode 2, you'll still be able to work out that a woman is a manipulative time waster because she's never following through on anything, or there's always an excuse. So the signs are there, whether you're mode 1, mode 2, the signs are there. They're always going to be there.
I forgot the okay, there's manipulative time wasters, and then there's the erotic hypocrites, and then there's the other one. That's what I'm trying to think of. The one that's faking.
Pretender.
Yeah, wholesome
pretenders.
Right. The wholesome pretender, in some way, is a manipulative time waster because she's wasting your time by portraying to be something that she really's not. So that's
a woman would be a wholesome pretender because of this, because in society, if you're very sexual as a woman, that's not always a good thing. So on the surface of it, she can be a prude, she can be very wholesome, but then when you actually get with her, she's like this sex freak. So she's not a time waster, she's almost trying to protect her reputation. So that's what a wholesome pretender is.
But a manipulative time waster could play that game too. You know what I'm saying? She could give off the perception, well, hey, I'm not like that.
I get you.
Yeah.
But guess what? With the wholesome pretender, you're going to find out that she's a wholesome pretender because she's not avoiding you. She's just going to keep that until you get very personal and in the bedroom. Whereas the manipulative time waster never intends to get in your bedroom. She's never going to end up in your bedroom. Ever. She's a time waster. She has no intention of meeting with you. The wholesome pretender intends to meet with you, but on the surface, she's wholesome, and in the bedroom, she's a freak. You know? That's the difference.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think attraction, it just boils down to attraction. If you don't need mode 1, I mean, actually, you won't find out as to whether or not a woman's truly attracted to you through mode 1. If you come up to a girl and then within the first 10, 15 minutes, you tell her you want to fuck, and she tells you no, you will never know if she really initially had attraction for you. So yeah, you may be doing yourself a favor by finding out that where you stand with her at that time. But I could make the argument where, hey, you left some pussy on the table because you was being so direct it turned her off where she initially had attraction for you, where you probably could have got the pussy later on down the line. That's how mode 1 can work against you. And that's
I agree. Because even if I'm attracted to someone, you could be super handsome, I'm super attracted to you, but if you come up to me and talk about, like that guy, did you want to come to my car and suck my dick? I'm out of there, so you're going to mess up a situation where you could have been in. I don't care how attractive you are, it's just not happening. So yeah, you can mess up situations.
Yeah, I think mode 1 can mess up a lot of situations. It really can, especially these days, because most women already going to think that you want that you want sex. And if you just come out and say, hey, I'm trying to fuck, you're going to turn a lot of women off. You are.
I mean, once again, it's a good method for getting women who already was going to have sex with you to have sex with you. I can't imagine what else it could be used for.
Right. So,
Game Changer, what do you think about what Al Boogie is saying? There's no such thing as leaving pussy on the table. I know ARC has described that or explained it by way of saying that if you can't say that pussy was left on the table if it was never put on the table. It would have to be an offer that was put on the table, or the offer has to be put on the table or accepted. I forgot exactly how he words it, but I'm sure you've heard him word it that way. But it was never on the table is what he generally argues. It has to be put out there, offered, and then removed. To be an agreed upon, some type of agreement that it was going to go down. Therefore, it was on the table, and then something happened, and then she removed it and said, no deal. So go ahead and explain. I mean, go ahead. What's your thoughts on that?
Okay, so say I walk into a casino and I put $10,000 on the roulette table on black while the wheel is spinning. And then somebody takes it off black and says, I want you to put it on the green 00.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's a riskier thing, but it has greater reward. If the ball goes into black, then you lost money that's on the table. Like you lost the money that you would have won had you had made this decision, a more sound decision. Does that make sense?
Oh no, yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
I definitely got you.
And nobody can say that it's some, you won't know whether or not you left pussy on the table for sure in the long run if she tells you no within the first 5 minutes of asking, can you have sex, or like you let her know that you want to have sex. So yeah, it is a possibility you can't leave sex on the table, because if you're so direct, it may turn her off. You'd be like, hell no, no. Just like what happened in that video we just watched. So yeah, it's a possibility that guy in the video left pussy on the table. He probably could have fucked one of those.
Okay, let's put it like this. It's really just a cop out. Like it's telling somebody to do something stupid and then, something bad happens and then assuming that bad thing would have happened anyway. Like, hey, let's go rob that bank. And then you wind up in jail. Like, yeah, but who's to say you wasn't going to be in jail anyway? Like, like take the video that you showed. Chances are he would have had a better chance had he said something else. Now, we don't know if they would have slept with him or not, but, for the sake of that argument, they're going to assume that she wouldn't have, so they can say, hey, we don't know if you would have had sex with her anyway, so you didn't really lose anything, did you?
Right there, yep.
However, they use that same power to assume, to say that, oh, if it was me, I would have got the draws, because assuming is okay when I do it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Vision, you was in the back chat for a minute. I see. You got your sound and whatnot together.
Yeah. You guys have been on this.
Real quick. I get Vision and. Oh wait, no, that was Hammer. The one that was that it was a slight controversy revolving the whole starter bitch thing. because he was.
Yeah, that's Hammer.
That's Hammer. Okay, I get Vision and Hammer confused. Hammer be talking kind of all over the place sometimes, so I stopped letting them up. I thought Vision and Hammer was the same person. All right, go ahead, Vision.
Well,
yeah, I think you kind of crazy too, but I'll let you get a fresh start. But go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, it was just speak your mind today. So you guys have been on this mode 1 thing for a while.
Yeah.
So we gotta remember something. The quote unquote social contract between male and females was never on an even playing field. And so like to still be having this conversation of like mode 1, mode 2, mode 3, mode 4, it's not really conducive now that we know what the game is really all about, right? And so just to give you some more context before just to give you context, I was just watching the Earth, Wind and Fire Isley Brothers battle, right? And it was like great music and everything like that, right? And then so I'm speaking from like a cultural aspect of how we were programmed. And this is shout out to Zero when he speaks on how music can be used to indoctrinate. And earlier on this stream, you were talking about movies and video games. So I'm just going to stick with the topic though. So when I saw the music, and basically from that music, it was basically like it was almost a worship of the female. It was like, worship this woman, and like this woman can do no wrong. And so and something has gone wrong from the point where you would take a female on 3 dates or wait 90 days to Netflix and Netflix and chill. So the memo was never sent out on where things changed. So like basically MOT and Zero are right in a way. MOT is basically saying get on your purpose before you even worry about getting into the trying to get into relationship dynamics. But then also the warning is be careful of which kind of women you're going to get with, because it can cost you.
Hold on, wait, time out. Time out. That get on your purpose before you worry about getting into relationship dynamics. I mean, I think that's good advice for somebody who's young and haven't really done anything in life. I mean, we grown as men, like we're not out in some epic quest for vagina. I think we've all had sex before and currently is having sex. So that's where it sounds like you're saying something that's good advice for an incel channel.
Well, no, some guys are, and I'm against those guys, in defensive vision, who are hyper focused on pussy and not focused on improvement, because they think that improvement is cheating in the quest for pussy. So those guys do exist, whether they're incels or not is, up for grabs, but those guys do exist. Now I'm a critic of those guys and their methods, but I get where Vision is going. So
okay, he was more or less just responding to responding to people who think that getting on your purpose and getting money is cheating in the quest for pussy. If he was responding to that, then I understand.
Yeah,
that.
Okay.
Is that what you were doing? Or were you coming up here as if this is what I'm pushing back against? Were you coming up here as if we were having problems getting our dick in a vagina?
No. So I've been here long enough. No.
All right, yeah.
No. What I say is on the other side where Zero speaks off is like, we gotta sort of just chill with today's women. But from what I'm starting to realize is we're not gonna walk away from pussy. We're just not. And so what's gonna happen here is just know what you're getting into. Know what you're going to get involved in, so that now I always hear the terms bet or whatever, but basically when you get with a female, just know of the trappings and be able to read the situation. But back to the mode 1 stuff, man, that's just social skills, man. If you got the right social skills, you go out there, you practice, you do your thing, and then for all the guys, just find your own way. So it's just interesting. Like, I'm not shooting shots at ARC or the game sector, but it's kind of sad that people have to teach us game, to get with the opposite sex, where these are just things you just develop naturally if you're in the right environment. You know what I mean?
No, I agree. All forms, are just, social interaction skills, which builds each time you interact with someone socially. Which is another reason why a manipulative time waster may not entirely be a awful thing, because you do develop the social skill of socializing with her. for that brief time period. But don't let it destroy you.
I learned a lot dealing with what ARC would call manipulative time wasters. That's really how I learned what game I have. I learned from so that's definitely
So it's not an entire waste of time. It is a waste of time as far as your journey to have sex with her, but you do become more skilled in talking to other women, especially if you're the type who the only time, well, never mind. Especially if you don't have any sisters or anything like that. So
let me add this game changer. But
hold on, real quick, game changer. We can, I guess, Ace and Spades wants to know if you're going live later.
No, I have an appointment today at 1 PST. So shortly after this, I'm gonna start getting ready for that appointment, and then, well, it's highly unlikely that I'm not. Let's put it like this, because that appointment is going to take me to 4 PST, and I know that it'll be late on the East Coast, so it's highly unlikely that I do go live.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to add this as well, gentlemen. So let's look at this now. Like ARC was, preaching game, and then mode 1, mode 2, mode 3, and he basically had his fun. He did his thing. Also, mode 1 would also work if you got genetics, I think, and as Game Changers always said, if the female's already interested. But don't go like the guy you showed in the video and blow your chances by being a little too aggressive or being a little too desperate or a little too needy. But he got married. A lot of the game teach game end up getting married at the end of the day. So like, where's this gonna go if dudes are just gonna be playing and getting different women, and women are gonna be playing around? Like, nobody wants a worn out pussy either. And no one's gonna want baby mothers either. So like, we gotta be careful. Like, are we gonna grow together?
How is him getting married a problem or a factor in any equation? Like, were you saying that was a problem of some sort that he got married?
Like, I find it like, he basically it's fair and it's unfair. You get to have your fun, and then you teach this, and then you go get married. Is he gonna write us a book about getting married in the future?
Maybe.
Like, where are we gonna go from here? Yeah,
I'm not seeing the problem. Yeah, he got married. Are you just saying? Are you almost saying like, okay, this is what it sounds like? Mm-hmm. You're saying he had so much fun and had sex with all those women, and now he gets to go and live a normal life. How is that a problem?
It's not. It's just it's confusing, I guess. Yeah, I'll backtrack on that. I'll moonwalk out of that one.
This what it reeks of is mm-hmm. It reeks of you. And see, you're setting yourself up, and this is what they try to sweep with a broad brush and say that everybody who has a challenge or critique of mode 1, this is the problem. They're mad at the person, Alan Roger Curry, because he got a lot of pussy, and now that he got all that pussy, now he sit down, he getting married, and now he about to live the normal life that you have to live right now, and you're just jealous and mad about it. That's what that sort of reeked of, and unless you got some other explanation as to why being married was a problem.
No, it's just like, we gotta, if you're gonna get married, let's hope it works out. Like, because getting married in this age is not it's not ideal anymore in the West as well. That's the other topic we gotta watch out for. So if he's got the right one, you know what? Yeah, man, he had your fun. He lived the ideal life. I can't be mad at him, just like I can't be mad at Michael Jordan. I wanted to be in the NBA. I'm not, right? So you get in where you fit in. So I'll consent to that. I'm just saying, getting married in the West, that's a slippery slope as well, because I don't want to get in your business, right? Like, you had some issues with it, and it's not your fault. And other gentlemen in this sector have had issues with it. So it also brings into the factor, do we get married? Do we not get married? Do we go somewhere else and find a more conducive woman to get married with? Because at the end of the day, I'm still under the program of, I would like to settle down with somebody, but I'm also dealing with the conflict in that might not work in a Western society. So did I clarify my point of view there?
Yeah, I guess. Okay.
Vision, I want to ask you, but I don't know how, comfortable you feel about talking about some of the things we talked behind, but or privately. So let me just ask you to tell as much experience you have, reading and researching pickup culture that you feel comfortable, and then we can start a dialogue from there.
Not enough to make it apply, game changer. So I can't knock it. You get to a point where you got to focus on other areas. So not enough to have made it apply. I did look into it, but you just change gears basically. You're like, nah, this is not for me. But it doesn't mean it's not going to be for everybody else as well. Because at the end of the day, you still have dating coaches out here. You still have people writing books about how to figure out relationship dynamics. So for me, it's just I got off that bus basically. Does that clarify it?
Yeah, and that's a fair enough information. So while on the bus, what did you learn?
It wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. It wasn't just the kind of person I am. The vision I had of where it was gonna go, it wasn't for me. But then I also learned about hypergamy. I learned about other. I just learned that the sexual market value was not what I envisioned it to be, or I deluded myself to believe what it is. So it had to be a reshuffling of the dynamics of how I see the world. Basically, it's just the market is messed up to game changer. It's hard to explain, but it's not, there's not a lot of Jessica X's out there. There's not a lot of, Danica Marie's out there. There's not, there's not a lot of unicorns out there. It's just not, you gotta deal with what you gotta deal with it.
Okay. I see what you're saying. And yeah, you're right. A lot of the people, the perpetuators of this lifestyle, try to ignore the fact that the market is not really set up for long-term relationships.
And to those who get it, it's failing. So that's also scary. You know what I mean? But you still got to have your fun as a man. And, the biological narrative is also there. But some people are making it work. You know what I mean? Some people are making it work.
Did you have some success at all when you were out there? I mean, I hate to just ask.
No, I did not.
How old are you?
I don't want to go. I don't want to speak on that.
Are you a virgin?
No, I'm not a virgin.
Okay. All right. Just curious. I didn't. Maybe I'm still thinking your Hammer. I think Hammer is a virgin, but I don't know. All right, yeah. But you said you were studying pickup and all of that for a while.
Yes, I was. Because I was struggling. I was struggling.
Yeah. And that's where I kind of picked up that it was some struggle going on at some point. Because when you start, and keep in mind, it's nothing wrong with focusing on yourself and building yourself and getting on your purpose and getting your money and not worrying about women or this or that, and get all your all the man life stuff that you got to get together, get all that together and worry about the women later. They'll come. Come on, somebody cutting their hair?
I think that's checkmate.
Yeah, but whenever somebody is saying get all that together and worry about the women later, sometimes somebody can say that genuinely from a good place, but sometimes it comes from that ends up being the consolation prize for somebody who struggled out there, and they say, hey, I just got to completely regroup and go build myself up and get a certain type of life built up for myself so I can, I got to I got to increase my value, so to speak. I could tell you were kind of speaking from that perspective, and that's why I'm glad Game Changer did what he did, because I either wanted you to just be honest and talk about yourself, but don't come. I felt like he was coming from a perspective as if that was everybody's situation, that they were struggling to get sex from a woman. But yeah,
no, everybody isn't struggling, but I'm trying to say is, like, let's not go back into a burning house, but let's know what we're getting into, basically, you know what I mean? And if you can find the right woman out there, then you know what, she's out there. But have fun. You're gonna have fun. It's a biological imperative. But is it still in the works that do you want to be 60 years old and single and alone? You know what I mean? And not having someone there with you, or that's not conducive either. That's a scary part as well. You don't want to be that person, so you do have to settle. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, let's not settle for baby mothers. Let's not settle for people who make mistakes. But like, if you're a man who has multiple children, there's no problem with you getting with a woman with multiple children, right? Because you've already got your stuff out of the way. So you know what I mean? It's just like, let's not send men back into a burning house. Let the men go back, have their fun, but know what you're getting into. Is also what I want to say.
Okay, that's well put.
Yeah.
But the majority of women that most guys will run into will be a single mother. I mean, let's just be real. I mean, if you think you're gonna be surrounded by a pool of women, you know, that aren't already mothers, you're kidding yourself. So
no, it's in the West, there isn't a good pool of women. And even if you put the single mother thing aside, you know, being a non-single mother doesn't necessarily make you a good wife and mother. So, you know, which means that you're a single mother to be.
But I mean, yeah, that's one thing I noticed about the manosphere is like, you know, they keep advising guys stay away from single moms and only talk to women women that doesn't have any children. I'm like, who are you kidding? Well, like 60% of women are single mothers. I mean, the vast majority of men will run into single mothers if they're trying to date or have sex. I mean, that's just the reality of it.
Well, there's an extraordinary correlation with me between if a woman is a single mother or not and how serious I am about actually being in a relationship with her. Now, not telling her that up front, you can call me Mode too if you want to. I'm not going to say like, listen, you're still sexy, but because you have 3 kids, I am very, 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 very likely not to take this relationship serious besides sex. You know, that's something I think, but don't say. And call it Mode 2, but I guess Mode 1 would be walking up to a chick and say, you know, it's not going to happen. No matter how much you think, no matter how good you think your WAP is, it's not going to happen. Highly unlikely. But yeah, I mean, for those of you who are asking, I have sex with single mothers, both foreign and domestic.
The majority of men are having sex with single mothers. I mean,
yeah.
What's the exact percentage, Game Changer? What's the exact percentage of the single mother rate out there? Because I know we like to throw out the 70% children born out of wedlock or 80% of children born out of wedlock in Black America, and we can look at the percentages of the children for other people, but it is a separate question of what percentage of walking single non-married women are single mothers. That is a different stat. I don't think we exactly have that one.
That I don't know.
Yeah, that's worth investigating.
I do know that teenage parenting is on a decline, but when you by the way, people, I'm not 44, but when you are in your early 40s like I am, you date women that are reasonably within your age bracket, which would probably be like 29 to my age, you're going to find a higher concentration of single mothers there. And what I found is that a lot of women simply become desperate at a certain point. They become single mothers deliberately. They impregnate themselves, and by impregnate themselves, I'm saying find somebody that's convenient that would impregnate them in order to beat that biological clock. So it's going to happen in higher concentrations the older you get, or I should say the older they get. But if you date reasonably within your age range, it's going to happen in higher concentrations. It just is. I mean, but as far as the actual numbers, no. And I'm not looking to mention anything that's just to try to reflect on the culture badly. I'm just saying that American culture, really Western culture, isn't really built to make families.
That is very true.
Yeah, it's not built to make families. Western culture is built to make consumers. And family people do not consume idiotically, because a single woman at 25 And a single man at 25 the man is concerned with putting his penis in a single woman's vagina. So he's going to buy an expensive car, expensive watch, expensive things that are for show, shoes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He becomes a hyper consumer in an attempt to seduce her. And the woman is going to buy expensive purses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because she's like that. But if those two people were married, it's all about diapers and tuition, for 15 years later. It's all about saving up to get a bigger place in a safer neighborhood. That doesn't really, help the people who get an extra $900 for painting the bottom of a shoe red. So, it's beneficial to a large group of people, to corporations that people remain single and that we are of this mindset.
All right. Mr. Shane Vicious says most never married white women are not single mothers. If you have the data on that, that means you have the data on black women, Hispanic, Latino women, and the whole damn population. Drop the link. Otherwise, you're just caping for white women. I'm just playing. But no, drop the link if you got a link so we can know the information.
I mean, I have heard that it dropped. And I'm assuming that that's a correlation between that and welfare cuts. I don't know. Like I said, I don't have the stats, but I do know that there's a drop in the number of single mothers.
Yeah, I think because most of them was happening when the women were having children younger, and that's why the single mother rate was so high. But now I know, at least over here, single mother rates are at their lowest that they've ever, teenage pregnancies, sorry, are at their lowest that they've ever been, like ever.
Yeah.
And that's because women are like, okay, kids are going to hold me down. I can't chase my career. I can't have a hot girl summer. I can't do all of these things if I have children. So, women are on contraception and they're not having kids as teenagers anymore.
Yeah. And I think and that's true here as well. And I think that there's a direct correlation between that and in 1996 when they cut welfare or limited it to 5 years, when before it was for the duration of until the child was 18. So, I think that a lot of the teenagers who wanted to leave their parents' house and go directly into the welfare system, that they came out of, but this time as the matriarch of their Section 8 apartment, those women are gone because it's not as beneficial. And you're right, they have to focus on other things, not being a adequate wife and mother, but focus on their careers or whatever.
Little cupcake gacha movies, even abortions are way down here as well. It's just that women just aren't getting, younger women just aren't getting pregnant. They're just not. They're on contraception. So they're just not getting pregnant at all.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because the message from society is shifting in that it's kind of it's looked down upon now. At least in my age demographic, is kind of looked down upon to be a mum, a stay-at-home mum. It's all about trying to climb the career ladder.
Yeah. So that's the message. See, here's the thing. Society is wrong in teaching women that they should be doing something other than get me a sandwich. Like, that is the absolute wrong message that young ladies should learn. And, they find out later in life that it's not, they wish that they had given Game Changer a sandwich. Whether it's stay-at-home mom, welfare mom, or mom, or a career woman, nothing brings joy to a woman's nature than get me a sandwich. And they've been misled. They've been sold a bill of goods.
Mm-hmm.
That really is where feminism gets into it, because it's like, okay, I have forever to have children. You have more women than ever who are freezing their eggs. They're doing all sorts to delay having children. And then what you see over here is that as teen pregnancies are at an all-time low, women over 40 having kids is at an all-time high. So basically they're just pushing off having children until they're 40 plus, rather than having children when they're younger.
Yep.
Yeah, but they don't discuss the circumstances under which they have kids under. Let's take Cynthia G for example, right?
Uh-oh.
You know, at 35, she went out and got some emergency last minute sperm because she understood that a doctor isn't going to want to fuck her long term. So a lot of women are doing that, and that is not the healthiest scenario to have children with. But yeah, waiting till you're 40 to have children is not a good thing for both sides. But you know, hey, got that good sperm though.
Okay, we have making fun of me. Stay at home mum.
Yeah,
you guys don't call them that.
Mum. It's the mum. It's the M-U-M. Mum. Yeah.
I mean, the best advice to give ladies, and I know it runs contra to everything society is telling you, but the best advice to give to these ladies is to get me a sandwich. And
they need to learn how to make a sandwich first, because too many women don't know how to cook anymore. They don't want to make a damn sandwich, let alone.
Is this
right.
sandwich?
All right. It is 2:25 p.m. And I've actually been on the air long enough to where it's damn near it's actually time for me to go pick a kid up from school. So we have got to cut this off, about to pull the plug on this. I like to thank everybody whenever I do these random freestyle shows. I don't know what the hell we're gonna talk about. I just hit the go live button and start talking, and it always turned into a good show. So thank you, Jessica X, first one that came up, then Game Changer, and everybody else. Azrael was on the panel, Checkmate was on the panel, Vision on the panel. I kind of wanted to pick your brain about some personal stuff, Vision. I don't know why, but I'm gonna hold off on that. Maybe another day.
Yeah, you can do it in the back chat. I don't want to do it in the don't want to give up too much information on a public forum. But
no, it probably would be a similar conversation of what you and Game Changer had, because he said y'all was talking about your time trying to learn what was it, PUA stuff and all of that. And
yeah. Well, if you struggle with something, you try to you got to go learn from somewhere else, right? If you don't learn,
yeah.
So if you're not socialized, then it's a long story, but you got to end your thing. So,
I got a couple minutes. I got like 5 minutes 10 minutes before I absolutely positively have to get the hell out of here. Yeah. But I mean, he's a senior, so I don't care if you got to wait a little longer outside. Fuck him. Forget him. But he can wait. But here's the deal. When you were learning PUA, how long ago was this?
It's been off and on. Like Neil Strauss was the first one, because me and the fellas were like, man, what's going on here? And he was having
about
issues.
How long ago?
Let's say in the 2000s. It was after 2000, so let's say 2006.
Okay, all right. That was when they was talking about the PUAs were a big deal back then. That's what I was trying to get at. So back in 2006, you were learning PUA tricks and tactics and whatnot.
Yes, peacocking. That's one that stands out till today still. Peacocking.
Were you paying like money to the coaches or whatnot? Like
no, I just bought the books and I just wanted to read and sort of just read what they say and try to apply it.
Okay. So who all book did you buy?
I bought Neil Strauss's book, Game, and then I bought almost all of Tariq Nasheed's books as well. The Mac, Gold Digger. Those are the two I can remember.
And you said that the peacocking aspect of it. So like you was buying a bunch of shit, bunch of clothes, and trying to look fresh and doing all that or whatever.
No, I didn't try. It wasn't for me, but I just remember peacocking was the one that stood out, because I haven't read the book in a long time. But I remember that's the one that stood out for me.
All right, so you read all the books and you went out there and you were approaching women. Like how, what were they teaching? Because I honestly don't know when it comes out of this shit. As far as what they were teaching back then. I know what dating coaches are talking about now, but 2006, I was 4 years into a marriage at the time. I had no idea about the whole PUA community. So I do like to pick people's brain to get the history of that, but I never heard the history from somebody who was a consumer of the product. That's why I did want to pick your brain.
The best way I can answer that is I consumed, but I never applied. It just it didn't jive with me. I was looking for a solution but it wasn't a solution that worked for me. So I would read it, and it would go in the brain, and it didn't apply for me. Like, for example, like cold approaching is just not it's not good for. I'm not confident enough for cold approaching, so cold approaching doesn't really work for me. But like they teach things like social get in social situations, get in social arenas. You know what I mean? Honestly, the best way is I don't want to be all over the place. It's just be through friends, man. Through friends is the best way. Just be in the right environment.
Because you couldn't cold approach, just walk up to a woman and approach her and just start talking to her. So so meeting women just from a friend of a friend of a friend is how you ultimately would have to meet women.
Yeah. And then pick up lines.
Did you never exactly approach a woman throughout any of the process? You never approached?
I've approached, but it just never worked out.
Okay. How many times before you came to the conclusion that it didn't work out?
You want me to put a number on this? How many times I cold approached a woman?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
While I think about that, can I say? Oh, go for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with Vision on his through friends thing. Now,
me too.
To give some context, especially for Vision, to give some context, he lives in Canada, but he's originally Sudanese. So he is essentially, when he came here, approaching women as a foreigner in a foreign land. So there's language barriers and there's all type of cultural barriers and things like that, which is highly intimidating. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is because when I'm travel, I'm at the same disadvantage. And the best way is through friends. Everybody knows about the stove, and that's when I first traveled, and I met her online. Not having any other means to do so. But once you start making friends, and they introduce you to people, their cousin, their sister, or something like that, then things really pick up for you in that way. But that's the best way, because with the language barrier, it's not that I'm intimidated to cold approach. And perhaps I would be if I lived in another country, but I just can't because I don't speak the language, and I would rather not be that dude with a translator trying to spit game.
So that made approaching women difficult. That's probably why you fumbled to even put a number on it.
Yeah, I can't say it's been 100, but I don't know, somewhere between 50 and 100 cold approach.
Over what period of time?
From the point I could, I did it all, man. From poetry.
No. I said from what point? Are you saying from 2006 to now you've approached 50 to 100 women?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. See, over that amount of time, that's not exactly a lot.
These days, you got to cold approach. You got to cold approach. If you
I was never a big fan of just broad daylight, just cold approaching, and I normally did it
to some degree. To some degree, you got to do it. To some degree.
No, yeah, I just wasn't a big fan of it. If it happened, it kind of happened organically, and the conversation just flowed, and we went from there. I mean, we were standing in line behind each other, but no, for me, yeah, I used to just hit the club, get a few shots in me, and get a little bold, and then go do my thing. I mean, they say you shouldn't do that. You should have a good daytime game, but I was never. Yeah, that wasn't really my forte. But yeah, you ever try to just get some liquor in your system and get a little bold and just go out and do you with your homies and try to make something happen?
You talking to me?
Yeah, talking to you.
You know what, man? It just didn't work for me, man. I guess I'm that outlier that just basically relationships the way they are in the West just didn't work. There's no excuses for it. It's just time.
What about your hometown? What about in your home country? I should say.
The way that would have worked was basically you'd have just grown up, and it would have been just through families, and it would have been handled. You didn't have to worry about it.
Do you currently live in Canada?
Yes, I live in Canada.
Okay, so you never even went back home.
No, I never went back home. But yeah, a solution would be just to go back home and go back to the tribal ways. But yeah, I'm just saying, man, it didn't work for me. So what can I say? I can't be mad at you can't be mad at the game, as you guys as we like to say in the space. Just
yeah. So it's like you you feel like a fish out of water in this Western world, trying to get it figured out.
Nope, did not adjust at all. Yep.
Have you ever tried the dating apps?
No, I haven't. But basically, you gotta adapt with the times. Dating apps now, and then cold approaching isn't advisable anymore. It doesn't work either. Plus, with this COVID stuff, the dynamics are different. It sounds like excuses, but things are going to be different. The way you do it. But yeah, dating apps I think would be the best options. Dating apps, and then just shooting a shot online and just meeting people. Yeah.
Well, I must have missed what you said. I was kind of reading the chat. Did you say you tried them or didn't try them?
No, I'm never. I wasn't into dating apps. I was still. I was still.
No, okay, right now, are you?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. All right.
Well, I still gotta adapt, right? I come from a school where you just you just gotta go out there and you just gotta go earn. You gotta go earn a woman, right? By hook or by crook. And then there's other dynamics that come into play.
Look, I ain't no dating coach, so I'm not in the advice giving if somebody is having some problems. But I will say this one thing as far as ice breaking, because it sounds like you seem like the type that you just get nervous in any interaction with a woman. You just get nervous. What dating apps can do is they can help you shake those nerves to the point to where the approaching a woman and getting her number and then texting with her, I get that's difficult, but a dating app is just swipe right. So you just swipe right, she swipe right on you, y'all match, and then you can just practice and break the nerves of interactions with a woman and just start texting with her, and then that's just you can you understand what I'm saying? You could just kind of break the tension. Yeah, so I recommend, and I told this to somebody else that who actually was a virgin that I was talking to. And again, I do not claim to have professional advice to give anyone, but I told him, yes, go play around on the apps. If you get nervous when talking to women, just use the apps. Don't even think about whether or not you're going to actually succeed and get some pussy from the app. Just break that ice of just talking to women on the app in a semi-romantic context. Just break that ice.
Dating apps is only as good as the area that you live in, because my area.
No. See, you about to go too far with it. He just need to break the ice of just getting cool and comfortable, chatting it up with women. So the area don't matter, the market don't matter. He just needs to just get comfortable talking to women. And if he's too nervous to talk to him face to face, walking up to him in person, I think a dating app could knock down some of those barriers, and he could just have some conversations with women. Do you understand you get what I'm saying?
No, fair enough. I got you. I hear
you. Yeah, but be prepared. A lot of them girls gonna flake on you. You could be right in the middle of a conversation.
No. It ain't about the flaking. It's just get the conversations going. Yes, some of them are going to disappear. Some of them going to be on some stupid shit. Some of them not going to text back. But just at the end of the day, just talking to them will improve your. It will break the anxiety. Just having random conversations. Don't even look at them as don't look at it as a big deal. You're just chatting it up. You're just chatting it up with some pixels. That's it. It's no big deal. That'll help break the ice, because I could tell that you get completely nervous. The whole notion of just having a conversation with a woman in any type of semi-romantic context is it makes you nervous. You got to break those nerves of that. I'm not saying go out and just break the nerves. Just get on the app, and that way you'll just start talking and having interactions. That's all. I would start there, but then again, I don't claim to be Mr. Professional.
That's a fair point. Yeah. Thank you for your perspective.
No doubt. Yeah. All right. I just wanted to pick your brain on that a little bit, because you said you was in the PUA thing back in 2006. But all right, now I gotta go. Now I gotta go pick my son up for real.
All right, peace.
All right, yeah. We out of here, y'all. Peace.
All right, peace.